Oi, bruv.
Another Jerry-less stream.
Another Jerry-less stream.
It's starting to seem like he's not here more often than he is here.
What a douche.
I hate him. We should kill him.
I'm booking my flight to Korea right now.
I'm gonna go fuck him up.
Which Korea am I going to, though?
I think it's like East Korea.
Ah.
It's like the West Virginia of Asia.
And Andrew keeps being later and later.
9:12.
I always love seeing a line notification like an hour before streams be like, who's not going to make it this time?
Yeah. It's bound to happen.
Is Jerry not coming, or?
He is not coming.
No.
Oh, well, shoot.
I told him to use protection, and he said he did. But as punishment, I sent him a picture of my Raisin Canes.
Oh, that's also what I had for dinner.
Actually, collateral damage from that.
You should have taken
But
a
I had
picture
to go
too,
to
Andrew.
David City for it, so.
All right. Well.
I had to go 5 minutes
you're
away.
absolved. You suck.
Shut up.
I hope Utah burns to the ground. How about that?
Hey, it might.
Just give it
It's a
time, man.
distinct possibility.
Is salt flammable? I don't know. Probably.
Yeah, man, I was
Steven,
counting on
I
Jerry
was
to
thinking
be
of
on
the
my
same
side.
face. Literally crossed my. I'm like, oh, I wonder if I just. That's the only Gerard Butler I know.
I don't know for anything else. Well, that and Gamer, my favorite.
Oh, gamer. That's a word that I
Gamer.
haven't heard in a long time in regards to a movie. Jesus Christ.
Gamer.
The classic.
It's one of his best works.
Oh yeah, easily.
Well, you can't forget about law-abiding citizen.
True.
There truly was a Gerard Butler era.
Yeah. And sadly, we're not in that era anymore.
I think we're not in the. I don't think we're in it
I think we're
anymore.
clear outside of the Gerard Butler era.
People found out he was Scottish and they're like, ew.
Oh,
I thought he was doing a character.
was the last movie that he was in that like Greenland movie?
That's the last one
What's the
I
last
can
thing-
think of.
This is the last thing I saw him in. That was recent.
And we did see that. We did watch
Yeah.
that. I'm trying to remember if that was
Surprisingly
like
good
that
for
passable.
just being,
Okay,
like,
that
a
was.
disaster movie.
We went on a disaster movie binge, and we were watching all the ones we hadn't seen.
I'm assuming it starts with Day After Tomorrow, yeah?
I think so. We definitely watched Day After
I
Tomorrow.
have to watch that. That one's a classic.
I think that's what we wanted to actually watch, and then we're like, let's watch the other ones.
Yeah.
Nothing beats Fifth Wave.
I figured I would be in character today too.
No, the core.
The core.
The core is my favorite.
where they drive a dildo into the center of the. I can't even remember. Is Morgan Freeman in that? Who's the cast in the core?
The core, it's like.
Oh, that was ludicrous.
That's like Aaron Eckhart.
Oh, fuck
and,
off.
Two-Face,
Yeah. Oh right. Yeah.
and
Aaron
some other
Eckhart.
people that I don't remember. I just remember him. being the main
I think
character.
there's some. Okay, he's the main character. I was trying to remember if there was like secondary. I think a lot of those movies have unexpected, famous people in them for some reason, but they're never like top bill.
Somehow in the movie they're like digging to the core of the earth, and yet individuals can die instead of everyone dying at once. That's what baffles me.
That's the actual shock.
Yeah, like how did this whole thing not just explode when this one thing happened? I don't know.
Oh, but it was the person closest to the center.
Oh, got it.
Jared, I don't like how sexy you look today.
I thought I'd cosplay too today.
Getting a little turned on here.
So
Real rock and rolla over here.
It's a real rock and roll.
I figured it might be a good idea for me to just have this on the background. 10 hours of silence, occasionally interrupted by the Bad to the Bone riff.
Beautiful.
So that's just gonna be going.
It's
Yeah.
been so long. Bad to the bone.
We are going to need to to come up with some sort of surrogate for Jerry, though.
Oh
my goodness.
Last time we had Caillou's mom.
That's true.
Go animate version.
Obviously.
Just make him the bad to the bone skull. Like it's coming, it's coming from him. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I can make him like the gear shift.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. Oh, perfect. Here we go. Shush. I just want to see the picture.
Show me the picture.
Let's see. Shit, there was something that I was gonna bring up.
Is it about how insufferable your coworkers have been this week?
Oh my god. Absolutely. Dude, I dude. How on earth are you that bad at communicating?
They're too intelligent. I think it's one of those like too smart for their own good kind of thing.
Smart.
Well, a lot of them like to use AI for their communications.
God damn it.
So there's like,
seriously?
can you summarize this email for me? Or like we have like he records all the meetings so that Copilot can do a bunch of like AI generated notes. It's like they're actually really useful, and there's some of the most verbose notes that I have ever seen, to the point where it's like it's 3-4 pages long for like a 30-minute meeting. I'm just like, I'm never going to look at this or ever read this.
No one's reading that.
No, I never do. He posts them in the chat, and I'm just like, okay, there's like 80 bullet points in this. I'm not gonna look at this. I've taken the notes of the things that I need to follow up
some
on.
Cliff notes here.
And then it's just a vicious cycle of like, hey Gemini, can you summarize this email or these lists, this giant list?
Dude,
that
I hate Gemini. Every time it pops up,
my boss fucking loves Gemini, man.
Get the fuck out of here.
Can I just say I'm annoyed with pretty much anyone who has raced to just make this a part of their workflow.
It's a little annoying.
People are like, finally, a way for me to not think about how I write. I tell it to write my messages and emails.
Even like emails, that's like your one job, and now you're not
give me a break. Like, write a fucking email.
I'm sure there are some companies out there that like they're sending emails back and forth to the employees, and nobody's reading any of them, but they're all getting responded to by AI. No one's reading them at all. Like, what? Fuck. As in, like, they're getting AI to read it and then write a response to it. So, like, no communication is actually happening.
The amount of laziness that I am encountering on a daily basis. Like, they're trying to save their energy for when they get home and watch Euphoria.
Where the hell did Euphoria come out of?
I was just trying to think of like, what do people talk about?
What's the thing that people
House of the
talk
Dragon?
What's a generic work like show that people?
That's so last year, Jared.
Well, they used to talk about Severance, but then nobody liked season 2, so then they stopped talking about it.
Has that been like the prevailing opinion now that it's over? It's people saying they didn't like season 2.
I just didn't have anyone at work
really
who watched it, just in general.
I told you, people are boring. That you know exactly what they want.
I mean, if anything, I felt like season 2 was more pandering towards that sort of audience.
That's what I mean, for sure.
Honestly,
they want to be pandered to, but not like obviously pandered to.
Yeah. Well, no, don't even pull that. If the Lilo and Stitch movie is going to be like one of the highest grossing movies of the year, don't even pretend.
Lead me when I'm in the mood to be led.
To be led, but don't like tell me what to do.
Don't like, tell me what to do.
Man, I got reprimanded by doing bad daily reports. I tossed one in ChatGPT and asked them to format, and they said it's much better. Dude, I can I can sniff out when something is written by AI now, because it's filled with a bunch of like emojis used as bullet points for a bunch of different things. It's fucking kill me, man. Wait, what the hell? What?
I can almost understand some of the people who English is their second language at work. Like, because they used to ask me, like, hey, can you read over this before I send it or something?
Yeah.
But I think you don't always need it. And I think it's just solutionism, where just the fact that the tool exists means you have to use it.
Right. These problems that they're solving aren't really problems necessarily. You just don't want to do them. Especially on a team where like communication is paramount. When you're working on like a long-term piece of software, you need to coordinate with everyone and make sure everyone's on the same page by talking with them. You can't.
It's also important that it's important that you understand it, not the computer. You need to understand.
The computer can understand everything. It doesn't matter. How the hell are you supposed to do anything?
You need to know what this stuff means.
And that's another thing too. Is just like good communication requires you to kind of intimately know how your team communicates and how they work together. Computer doesn't know how to do that. My boss doesn't know how to do that.
Every time.
But it knows what professional emails sound like.
Well, there you go. If I want to write a resume, I'm going to let ChatGPT do it.
I'm picturing all of the unemployed people out there thinking AI is going to solve that for them.
They're definitely... I guarantee like 90% of people are just using AI to write their resumes for them.
Oh, absolutely. You also think about what it's doing to like education. There's so many kids turning in like ChatGPT essays and getting away with it.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When I was a kid, I tried to find ways to be clever and get out of work, and I used whatever existed. So
if I was a kid, I would.
You're giving kids too many tools. The fact that it exists, of course, I would use it.
It is a huge problem. Yeah, I've been following it a little bit, Gingy. It's
And
we're gonna raise a really stupid generation.
We are.
I think there's gonna be one generation that's just incredibly stupid, and that is going to be probably our kids, like our generation.
It's people our age having kids.
People our age having kids, not our kids, because
you know
where
first you have to have sex to have kids. So.
Yeah, you know,
Jerry's kids.
It's Friday.
Jerry's kids.
Yeah, no, when Jerry has kids.
Man.
Yeah,
he's like 60 something, I think.
He's at that
TikTok,
that age
Jerry,
where,
TikTok, your biological clock's running out.
The venom isn't as
men don't
as
have
it
a
used to be.
biological clock. We're invincible.
Yeah, that's why we can marry
until we start like just puffing out like baby powder.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Squeezing out some dust.
When I was in high school, they gave me essay themes from previous college entries. I used to get good essay onlines from people who did well and copy them and still get like a 7 out of 10. Okay, so you were using ChatGPT like the old school way then.
Like where you just read. Just plagiarizing. It's called plagiarism.
Exactly. But you were getting someone else to like write your stuff and then just turning it as your own. That's Well, using AI is much different because it's way more accessible and prolific.
Type in anything and it's just like bam.
Well, and like you had to be, if you were gonna cheat like that back in the day, you had to be good enough to know how to obscure it. So it because they did have tech, they had tech to search.
They had anti-plagiarism check. Yeah. But
so you still had to do some amount of work to make it original enough.
Just do a copy paste job.
But now that the AI just scrambles it up, you know, just so that it's smells just the right enough of legitimate. I would do it. I definitely, there were certain courses that I passed just because I used the internet.
Oh my god, the only reason I passed college math was Wolfram Alpha.
Dude, Wolfram Alpha, baby.
So I can't judge the kids, but I judge the lazy adults. Hey, Joey.
Joey, what's up?
Come over and kiss your mother.
Your
mother's lonely, Joey.
Your father left years ago, Joey.
Oh, and we lost a viewer.
Man. Bye, Joey.
Bye, Joey.
Listen, you'd get it if you'd ever seen Hackers.
Joey,
no, they wouldn't.
Hackers, Joey,
because Joey, it's our inside joke from Hackers.
Yeah, but no. There's like undertones. Like, you get it. Like, the only reason we make that joke is because it's so painfully obvious that the mom wants to fuck her son.
It's called reading the subtext.
I wanna go back to Gingy Beardy's question. What do you think the next live action Disney movie is? Of things that haven't already been announced, Moana is already in the works. We know that.
That's so fucking stupid.
But that opens up doorways.
It's
Right?
it's probably Frozen's begging for it.
Solid contender one.
I
have
a feeling
the day that
do it.
the day that like the live action Incredibles movie gets made is the day that I leave this earth.
Kill me.
It's gonna happen.
Oh,
It will so happen.
Nemo.
If they live action a Pixar movie, I don't know.
That's
man.
DreamWorks already released How to Train Your Dragon. So
yeah, and wait, is it? Did it turn out good though? Did it make money?
I don't think so.
People are praising it.
Movie. Shit.
People are praising it.
It is a Gerard Butler movie.
It is a Gerard Butler movie. Fuck. Yeah, what would be like the worst live action Disney movie that they
For me, it would probably like it's not Disney, but I can't think of a better movie to completely bastardize from like a tone and character design perspective than The Incredibles. Like
if they were to make a live action
pull up a list of like the Disney movies again. I think we've had that before. I want to identify Snow White proved that there's a certain age of movie that people don't give a shit about. And
yes,
that's like
Snow White.
Nobody cares about like classic Disney because the generation that's taking their kids to see these movies weren't raised on like
they weren't raised
60s
on Snow White.
Disney. Yeah.
Ooh, you know what?
I mean,
great Disney movie classic, Song of the South.
Oh, they should totally make a live action Song of the South. All right, let's see. This is just the most recent stuff.
These are all the most
movies.
recent.
All movies.
Here we go. Wait, did Elio come out?
Yeah, June 20th. It's coming out soon.
Oh, it's not out yet. Okay.
June 20th.
Because I was gonna.
Do you have an example of something that was originally animated and is better live action?
You know what? Not everyone's gonna agree, but as a kid, I like the live action 101 Dalmatians better.
101 Dalmatians live action. But that could just be me being a kid and not knowing better.
How
about Lord of the Rings? Because there was an animated Lord of the Rings before.
Was it Lord of the Rings or was it The Hobbit? No, it was Lord of the Rings. You're right.
They made both. They made both.
They did. They did both. I think they did the.
This isn't all your movies, Disney. What are you talking about?
But to be fair, there was source material that wasn't the animation, so it doesn't really count.
God, those.
Imagine a live action Goofy movie.
No, man.
No,
well, that's what I'm saying is they've bastardized everyone with like a disgusting live action iteration except for their main IP characters like Mickey and Goofy and stuff.
Well, like,
they're not gonna do it. They would never do it.
Live action Mickey, that would be so fucked.
I mean, I don't know. Sonic pulled off the whole. That's basically Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, but there'd be no human characters to like.
An original animated movie where there was no source. Is there anything like that, Pomo? An original animated movie with no original source material that was better in live action?
I can't think of one. Because all the stuff that
Around the World in 80 Days.
You know what? They could make a live action Atlantis pretty easily.
They could.
Oh, they could. But it's not a valuable enough IP where they would do that. You know.
I hate seeing that.
It's not a valuable IP. I'll kill you. Wait,
it's not it's not a profitable IP.
I saw Bears and I thought it was Brother Bear live action.
Oh, no. Brother Bear.
That's another one that's probably not a very valuable one to them.
What about Bambi?
Bambi is the same as Snow White. It's not. Kids aren't interested enough. Parents aren't interested enough.
Because
same with like Pocahontas.
I would have thought Bambi would have made
I bet you they had Bambi in pre-production until Snow White dropped, and they were just like, oh shit. Bambi's confirmed, dude.
Because if it's the same idea as Lion King, I could see them trying to get away with Bambi.
Blank
regardless
Check.
Of hell yeah, dude!
They should just make an animated version of Blank Check.
That's
Cadet Kelly.
What I want to see. Can we get an animated version of that?
Bring Lizzie McGuire back.
Hell yeah!
Is she alive?
Sweet 16, gonna spread my wings. Sweet
definitely
16.
Not 16 anymore. I guarantee.
Nope. Candle shoe.
Like Lindsay Lohan. What the hell is that?
Oh no!
I've never heard of that.
What is that?
What the fuck?
What am I even looking at? You know, I remember when I
Charlie
used to
the
Lonesome
Lonesome Cougar.
I think Dan Avedon was like going through every single Disney movie from like the start to today.
Yeah.
And I'm curious. So does that means all this shit? Cheetah,
dude, Cheetah.
Imagine how long that would take you.
That would take forever, and a lot of
Cool
the
running.
Cool running.
Would you have to watch, guys? Cool Runnings all right, but not that good. I thought that said Condom Man, and I just couldn't for a
Condom
second.
Man.
A Condom Man?
Oh, make a live action dinosaur.
Whoa.
Ooh, that basically was live action.
Yeah, but
that was kind of how it was.
That was as
dinosaur
live
with
action as
new
the
CG.
live action Lion King was.
Lion King.
It's
Much,
the same as the Lion King. It's
Same.
all synthetic.
It's like not even live action, so why would we call it that? It's just a different. It's just
Because many.
Just marketing. Horton Hears a Who. DuckTales. 8 Below with a dead man.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
He's more like 6 Below.
Okay, I'm conflicted, guys. Check the chat. It's a live action Beatrice made without CGI. Somehow it's not Disney. Is this AI? Because
I'm not gonna believe
you get a
real.
lot of
channels
that do like AI
trailers.
live action trailers.
There's too much of that. I just don't believe
I'm gonna pick out the channel real quick. Boink.
I sometimes don't believe them until they're in theater.
Ew, Fantasia would be horrible in live action.
Don't.
You lose all the magic of it.
Fantasia it's supposed to be fantastic.
The premise of Fantasia is literally like we gave these animators a bunch of music to see what they would do with it. That's what it was.
Yeah, so if you just recreate
a live action version though,
they'd mess up the music too.
It would be pointless.
I don't think it's the most possible. I don't think that audiences are looking for it. It's in the same era. This ain't a real thing, right?
The trailer didn't say, or the channel didn't say it was
100% ain't real.
It's not.
Oh no,
real.
this isn't like Disney's thing. This is just like something that somebody made. Yeah.
Is the point that we're supposed to see if this deer has legs? March of the Penguins.
That documentary?
That had a writer?
A world of many creatures. Unexpected friends.
I mean, yeah,
one thing that could make this potentially interesting is if they did a live action remake of Bambi where the animals were just animals. You didn't have any talking.
Pure documentary.
It's pure
documentary.
Not even pure documentary, but just like voiceless narrative with just like the story of Bambi. That would at least justify its existence, you know?
Have we done
do that though?
I think a movie like that kind of there was a movie.
It was called like Flow or something. It was animated.
A new one.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of something from the 80s. It was like about bears.
Oh,
I'm
no.
Sure they don't have
Fox and the Hound live action, but with a real fox and a real dog. How do you think that would work?
Real bad. It would just be like Lion King.
No, but like no CGI, real animals.
I'm gonna have to leave y'all with this.
They get some real animals.
The Raising Cane's is going through me a little bit. I'll be back.
I think people are. Oh, it's coursing through me. I don't think you can get away with some of the things that worked in the 80s though, like purely wholesome. Like even this ain't no one going to watch this.
Nobody gives a fuck about Bambi.
This is so close to being
it's such a nothing movie.
Furry vengeance. There's something about it that feels like.
Fraser in it, then I'll see it.
Bambi.
I just don't think people watch wholesome things like that anymore.
Not really.
And the closest you can get to that kind of wholesome Disney storytelling are any of the dog movies that have come out in the last decade. A Dog's Journey.
Whatever that one dog movie.
The one where the entire trailer tells you the whole movie.
Oh, look, he's become friends with that mountain lion. Crazy. Oh, he made it home with the mountain lion as his best friend. Crazy.
Oh, good. I guess that's the climax.
All dogs go to heaven live action, and we show the dogs die.
We actually kill some dogs.
Let's kill some dogs.
Shooting dogs for fun.
Wait, what was that?
Midnight Outlaws.
Midnight
Outlaws. I want to know if the How to Train Your Dragon movie does well. That'll be a good barometer for where we're at.
I feel like I don't know. It's out right now, right? Like I don't know how it's doing currently.
I saw like a billboard for it the other day, so it should be one of the more embarrassing things for people to. Okay, it should be an embarrassing thing for people. Holy shit! It's got a 98% on Fandango.
Oh boy.
I mean, come on.
People are loving it.
How about this? You're allowed to say, "Oh, I like How to Train Your Dragon," and go watch this and have fun watching it. You're not allowed to critically rate it high. That's dishonest.
No.
You can go and have fun, but don't be giving this thing a 98%. That's dishonest.
Let's not pretend like it's good. I don't care if you like
That's
it.
not fair. You can have fun.
You can have fun.
No
with
one,
it,
no,
that's
I
fine.
ain't gonna stop you from having fun and enjoying a thing. But don't be out here saying it's measurably good.
No way.
That's just not true. Because then you would have to somehow tell me that. Hold on, I want to see what the Fandango score is for the animated one.
Probably lower.
I bet it's lower. Fandango, is that even a legitimate score? Where does a Fandango score even come from?
I don't know where Fandango comes. It's a stupid website, so it could be whatever the fuck. IMDb is like an 8 though. Rotten Tomatoes 76 for the live action.
An 8?
Yeah.
Okay, so listen, I like How to Train Your Dragon, but it's got a 99% on the tomato meter. Is it really the perfect? Are these really like perfect movies for people?
I know there's a lot of people who love that.
I like How to Train Your Dragon. There's a lot of movies that I like, but I'm not going to give them all 10 out of 10s. That's just wrong.
10 out of 10 all the way.
I like that movie. It's a 10.
That's what it means. Like, if it's anything less than a 10, it means you didn't like it
Just say, don't attach a number to it. Just say you like it. You start attaching a number, and then I'm going to have to start chopping your tree down.
I'm coming for you.
I'm coming for you. No, but I saw, I think I was watching something else the other day, and I got like an Amazon ad. I don't know if it was for RockNRolla or what it was yesterday, but I got an ad for.
There's no way you got an Amazon ad for RockNRolla.
No, because I had to rent it.
During
RockNRolla. I think it must have been like a banner or something that I saw somewhere. Because I don't think it was an animated thing, but I saw a banner for.
When is the real RockNRolla coming out?
Ha! I looked that up. And wouldn't you know it, they didn't make it.
Interesting.
Interesting. When a movie ends with like, get ready for the sequel.
So much confidence.
So much confidence. I'm trying to think of another time that's happened where it wasn't just like part of the saga anyway, like, so they had to make
this
it.
This guy's gonna return. I don't know. I feel like I
think when I watched Dune,
a bold strategy to do that.
Even when I watched Dune and it ended, I'm like, if they put at the end of Dune like, get ready for Dune 2, I'd be like, why? I think that's probably one of my more cold opinions about modern movies is that I don't like Dune, but but that's because I really, really wanted to like it.
Hater. I mean, to be fair, most of the visuals are good, Dune.
The visuals are amazing, but I'm sorry.
And that popcorn bucket.
The giant flesh bucket.
Oh wait, we were still going through this. Eloise.
Oh wait, it's already half live action, so just make the other half live action.
Live action Encanto.
Encanto.
Maybe a live action Encanto. It's really not that. It's not really needing to be animated. Epic. What the hell? Oh look, I want to find it. Flubber.
Freaky Friday, Freaky Friday, Freaky Friday, or Freakier Friday.
We need to watch the original Freaky Friday.
I don't know if we need to watch.
I didn't know that existed.
Meet the Robinsons.
There are two. What are the two old Freaky Fridays? I see like a really old one. What's the middle one?
I don't know.
Well, that's like a TV show or some shit. That's like a Disney
channel. Maybe it is a. Are there TV shows in here?
Not that I've been seeing so far.
Fuzz Bucket? What the fuck is Fuzz Bucket?
Click on Fuzz Bucket. What the hell am I looking at?
I am submitting Fuzz Bucket. What is that?
Jared, find a trailer right now. Find a trailer right now.
He like touches kids or something.
I do not like the look of Fuzz Bucket.
What the fuck?
What the hell am I looking at? Oh man, we are living in the 90s.
God. Stay away from me, Fuzzbucket. Stay away from my children.
Please do not touch my family. What offering do you require that you will stay away from us?
Oh, he doesn't have any friends. I bet he'll befriend a Fuzzbucket.
Oh, new school. There's a dance on Friday night. Oh, Fuzzbucket will take him to the dance.
Yeah!
And he'll get lucky after.
Zach, you have a memory of this movie?
No way.
I don't believe you.
Not an elective.
Lunch is not an elective. What? Okay, this is 80s, right? What year?
Is this a trailer?
No, I think this is just a clip or some shit.
Oh,
Thank you, young lady.
I need to see Fuzz Bucket in this.
Oh, last name first.
Gerber, Michael.
Bucket.
Gerber? Like in the baby food?
Lady, keep that
Yeah.
shit to yourself.
Shut your bitch mouth, old hag.
Yes, I was the baby.
Side old hag.
Gerber? Is that spelling Gerber?
Like the
Like
baby food. Do you have a grow
Can
up
you
plan?
even see me?
Not listed.
Guess I'd better go home then, huh?
I guess no such luck. Come on.
Where are we going?
Well,
To the fuzz
office.
bucket.
Seems like you
Wait, Vince, what is this?
Unsold children go.
How many views does that clip have? That's the top.
5K. No, this is
5K
the
views.
unsold TV pilot
This is a
fuzz
TV
bucket clip.
series?
Oh wait.
Uh,
Wait, trailer VHS Fuzz Bucket? What? What's that? Is that a
Is
thing?
that Fuzz Bucket?
I don't
Fuzz
think
Bucket?
so. Let's try the intro. Maybe it is a TV show. Enjoy it with the left ear.
Oh boy.
Mano. Show me Fuzz Bucket.
Hey, nice pomo.
Disney
Oh.
Sunday movie.
Oh, so
It was like a
This was
TV movie.
something on
Oh wow.
There he is.
What? Who's that?
Is that
Mike
Mr. Disney?
Eisner?
I thought you were about to say Mike Tyson.
Is that Mike Tyson?
In front of the treehouse that was used in tonight's movie, Fuzz Bucket. It was in this very
Huh?
treehouse.
That
a
Fuzz
young
Bucket
boy
touched
and
the
his
young boy
invisible
Gerber.
friend
He fuzzed
And
his
the
bucket.
spent hour after hour talking and playing.
This is what happens when you're late.
It
is
Well,
Mike
the
Eisner.
eyes- The eyes man.
Invisible friend, the less they would believe him. Now that's perfectly understandable.
Mickey is small. That's a little
We all
girl in there
know
for sure.
invisible friends
Well,
like
Just
Fuzz
ask Mike Eisner about it.
really don't
Mike Eisner knows
exist.
all about it.
I beg your pardon?
Oh!
Can you believe it?
Fuzz Bucket!
Oh, that's a Fuzz Bucket!
Can't tell you how long I've
You can't.
wanted
Oh
to
man.
meet Mickey Mouse.
I don't
Oh.
I don't like this.
What is this supposed to be?
I don't like
I bet I've
this.
seen every one of his
Zach, is this what you're thinking about?
movies twice. I'm a real fan.
What like weird repressed memories you
I
have
don't.
about
I
Fuzz
don't like
Bucket?
how human his eyes look.
Introduce you
Well,
to
because
Mickey
it's
Mouse.
that's the
disgusting.
only it's the only real thing on this person.
How do you do? Nice to meet you, Fuzz Bucket.
Is this pre Star Wars?
No, this is definitely after Star Wars.
This is 80s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. That's his catchphrase.
Talking. We really have to get on with the movie.
It feels a bit Dark Crystal. It's got a Jim Henson design
I
quality.
mean,
to
maybe
it.
they built the
I'd love to.
the
It could
puppet
be
or
a Jim
whatever.
Henson creation. I still don't know what Fuzz Bucket is.
I tell you, go back. What? There's definitely
Okay.
one of those was a trailer. It was underneath.
This trailer
It
VHS.
says trailer.
Échouer chez moi. Mais c'est insensé. Je ne suis
Wait.
qu'un enfant.
Is that French?
French.
It's a French movie?
Fine, French bucket.
Beaucoup de Tangian.
Chimie des ordinateurs. Il pourra
I
tout
think Fuzz
découvrir
Bucket's supposed to be some sort of imaginary friend.
I think so. He's supposed to be invisible.
L'ami, oh yeah, l'ami invisible. Invisible.
Où es-tu
Invisible.
maintenant?
Because the Eisner
Let's
man
go.
was
Let's
saying
go.
something about having like some sort of like imaginary
that-
friend.
You can't. see.
Fuzz Bucket.
Va-t'en, je te rejoindrai tout à l'heure.
Pussy. Pussy.
Putain.
Ah, putain. No, you can't say that. It's a Disney movie.
Wait, is the whole movie just him being invisible? And touching
Oh,
this kid? He's definitely
yeah.
tickling him right now.
Spaghetti, non, arrête.
I wonder if it's Fuzz
We
Bucket,
never
but Fuzz
actually
Bucket's
see Fuzz
edited
Bucket.
out.
Arrête, Spaghetti, arrête.
Wait.
Do
I
we
would
ever
love to
actually
see-
Fuzz
Qu'est-ce
Bucket?
qu'il y a, petit commis?
What is so funny?
This kid's gonna shoot
Oh,
up his
that's a
school,
haunt-
man.
That was a haunting. Do you realize that they did that with a cardboard cutout? Look at how stable the shadow is. This is a haunting shot. Look at how haunting that is. Terrible.
Oh, that means stop and Fuzz Bucket doesn't listen.
Tiens,
Ew.
à toi de
Ew.
jouer.
Yeah, they definitely edited out Fuzz Bucket on this.
Whoa!
Oh, glitter? What's going on?
Wait, no, he's.
Oh, he's turning visible, maybe.
What? What?
I feel like I'm about to be
How's
jump
that
scared.
Oh, a skeleton!
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Tail.
whoa, whoa, whoa!
Oh, he's slowly coming
God.
into view.
Oh no!
Dude, why do we have to
Now
see
the
this?
organs come.
Why do we have to see how he's made?
Because it's magical.
Anatomy of Fuzz Bucket.
Well, you got it.
Oh god.
Ew, this. Why would he be happy about this? Why would you be
Wow.
happy about this?
Oh, you throw that in
No.
a fire and burn it.
That ain't the way that I thought my invisible friends looked.
Oh, he's got a little rat tail. Oh,
God.
well, there's
his dream.
What the fuck was that?
His dream friend is some forest rat.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
That
God, I
screaming
need to-
picture? That's
I
what
need
I'm
to watch
thinking
Fuzz
about.
Bucket.
Welcome to Dairy.
That looks like Fuzz Bucket.
To watch me. some
Welcome to
Fuzz
Dairy. We got Fuzz Bucket.
Bucket. Welcome to Fuzz
But
Bucket.
no, dude.
Gross.
It's
Ew.
fucked up.
Ew.
Although he appears to be
I-
imaginary, Fuzzbucket is really an invisible creature who becomes 12-year-old Mickey's best friend.
No.
Why is he
Gross.
carrying this wonderfully wacky character? Helps Mickey through the first day of junior high in a maze
You
of
got
family
it.
squabbles.
You got it.
Yay! Fuzz Bucket.
And his name is Fuzzbucket.
He's horrifying.
George of the Jungle. George.
1 and 2.
George of the Jungle.
Watch out for that tree.
Miley Cyrus.
There it is.
You've seen this, right?
Oh
Jared?
yeah, I owned
Okay.
this.
Okay. This is on the list of Jared movies.
Yeah.
We have a breaking story at the Bay Bridge.
I love that somehow you didn't see other Robin Williams movies, but you saw this. What city is he in? New York?
I probably.
Nobody knows where he's from.
He just loses his legs.
Just turns into mist.
Where he's headed.
Whoa!
Oh man.
Boom, boom, boom,
Men in gorilla suits. That's a thing.
Taking to Vegas. The incredible true story. Checkmate. One who's playing
This movie was so good.
Doink.
Boy.
Tukey. Go find George. Tukey.
Tuki.
Awesome, Mr. Tuki Tuki.
The lovely Ursula.
Been head over heels for that ape ever since
I do remember thinking that girl was hot.
Oh yeah.
And George. Ape kidnapped?
Ape napped.
This summer, King of the Jungle is falling in love.
Hit me with that. There it is.
this one,
Damn
the movies
though,
had their own
Brendan.
theme song.
Hold on. Damn though. Watch that running. Oh.
Oh shit!
Oh.
Don't
Gorilla.
fuck with that guy's gorillas.
Gorilla.
Gorilla.
And then if
the-
I
the
just
funniest-
real quick.
The funniest part of George of the Jungle is how much shape Brendan Fraser got into to play it. Is there a running scene in this movie?
In the whale.
That's the same person right there. Can you also pull him up in Furry Vengeance?
Watch out for that tree.
Jump for that. Oh.
King of the Jungle.
Oh no, shit!
Dude.
The jungle.
Oh, not
Classic.
the nutsack.
Classic.
Dude, we loved jungle movies. in
Almost
the
as much as we
90s.
loved Fuzzbucket.
And I love Fuzz Bucket.
I'm just gonna keep that tab open to periodically just open it
What you
up.
don't want to do on humans, unless you want them to be scary, is pull their mouths and noses out like snouts and keep all of the flesh texture the same as it was.
Give a human a snout. You're gonna have a bad time.
Fucking nightmare.
Miley Cyrus.
Miley Cyrus. See, it all connects.
Haunted Mansion starring Will Ferrell. Oh wait, no, this is the TV show.
That looks like
Okay, now
there
streaming
was
on
a
Disney
Eddie
Plus.
Did you say
Murphy
starring
hunted-
Will Ferrell?
Yes, I
You
did.
mean Eddie Murphy?
I did.
Eddie Murphy.
I'm
Okay.
Completely different
Sorry.
race of a person.
Wait, what about that Nazi movie, Hans Brinker?
Herbie going bananas. Hans Brinker of the Silver Skates.
It's about a Nazi who just wants to dance.
Heavyweights.
Oh,
Is that Ben Stiller?
It's Ben Stiller and he runs a fat camp.
What?
Oh yeah, have you not seen this?
Okay, I feel like we're learning about movies Jared's seen that we haven't.
Oh yeah.
Jared's seen a bunch of weird ass movies.
Yeah, where are you getting these movies?
Disney
I
Channel,
couldn't tell you.
Disney Channel.
Far from the everyday world.
They're hungry, they're fat.
There is a place place where big.
Congratulations, Mr. Sims. You are the fattest boy in camp.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Wait. Was that Josh Peck? No.
No way. This is way too long ago.
And Finn isn't it.
I recognize that kid though. He was like the default
Dude,
talent.
he's like a kid.
It was a dream come
Oh, that was not air. I've seen people go like 100 feet.
There he is.
He's always kind of the same guy.
Yeah. This is like
Oh my-
this is like a
literally-
prequel movie to like Dodgeball.
Dodgeball. It's the same dude.
6 weeks of frustration.
Then we're gonna climb that 1,000-foot rock face over there.
Starvation.
There isn't a gummy bear left in this entire camp.
Oh, Keenan.
Humiliation.
Nice swing, you fat tubbo. Everyone having fun?
Jerry's
He's got one personality.
far more important than lose a few pounds.
I have a plan.
He's out to
It involves food.
respect.
What is going on?
You can't
Ooh, a hot girl.
camp.
Home Alone moment.
You have to.
Oh, it's Kenny from Frasier.
Kenny from Frasier, that's who it is.
The annual Apache relay. God damn. Whatever happened to Disney?
Oh man, we really understood culture back then. Was that kid voguing? Hell yeah!
Share?
Share?
Da Vinci's Mona Lisa.
Whoa, they're fat, but they're smart.
They're smart.
So slow. It would have been cool to go fast.
Whoa! Getting sort of like a little
And
rap
kid
goal
dies.
scene.
Yep.
Dish it out.
Heavyweights. It's a Judd Apatow.
We should just go on like a forgotten Disney movie binge.
That would be pretty wild.
Starting with Fuzz Bucket.
I don't, guys.
Starting with Fuzz Bucket.
I don't know if I could.
I don't know if I
make
could
it
handle
through.
Fuzz Bucket.
I don't think I could
feel
make
like
it
Fuzz
through
Bucket would change me and not make it better.
But,
Herbie
you know,
fully loaded
heavyweights,
though.
Body positivity.
Herbie.
Lindsay Lohan. She got fully loaded right after that movie.
Oh yeah, she was loaded.
And
all
she
over
was
the place.
17.
Oh.
Why is that
I'm on the
Hilary Duff
range
movie?
live action.
Holes.
Holes.
Honey, I blew up the kid.
That's
Oh,
a
no,
weird
he's
shot of
big
the
now.
That's a weird title for a movie.
kid.
It's not Honey, I Blew the Kid. Calm down.
It's one
Blew up-
one easy
blew up
Photoshop
the
away.
kid. Blew up the kid, dude. Homeward Bound can get it.
Homeward Bound can get it.
I don't think. Have we seen Homeward Bound 2?
Probably like once, but
Maybe. We didn't own it, so. That's a lot of Ice Age movies, right? Like,
It
that's too many
is.
Ice Age. Like, it's too many
I
Ice
say
Age
they should have
movies.
like. I've only ever seen I think like the first one, but a concept like that I feel like should have stopped after like 3 max.
It's not that interesting of
No.
a world.
It's
It was a
What,
good
like
like
Ice
one
Age
and
and
done
Ice
sort
Age
of
the
premise.
Meltdown, or-
Yeah. The meltdown is like post Ice Age, so they apparently survived like the 10,000 years that the
Well, of
the
course.
Ice Age happened naturally.
Sure.
Then they had dinosaurs. Then they had pirates for some reason.
That, th-
And then I
those-
think the
those
rest of
timelines
these
don't
with
overlap.
Scratchy
Those are
or
just
whatever
like-
these are shorts.
Scritch or whatever.
Yeah, Scratch,
Zach,
whatever it is.
if your kids are watching all the Ice Age movies, it's your fault.
Yeah, that is your fault. You don't have to show them Ice
Inspector
Age.
Gadget. Matthew Broderick.
Oh, Invincible?
Is that,
Is
where,
it that
the
movie?
where he becomes invincible?
John Carter.
John Carter, though. We saw that
I could
in
see
theaters.
them. I could see them doing a live action James and the Giant Peach. So that brings up
James the Giant Peach could be interesting.
Tim Burton.
See, I'm just trying to think, like, I don't think-
They literally just
I don't think-
have Tim Burton direct it. Easy peasy.
I don't think it's popular enough for them to think it's a valuable enough IP.
What do you mean?
No, but it makes me think of
Everyone loves
Nightmare
James
Before.
and the
It makes me think of Nightmare Before Christmas.
They
and I
would do
think
Nightmare
they
Before
could-
Christmas before James and the Giant
God,
Peach.
Nightmare Before
That's true.
Christmas would be-
That's true. But I'm thinking
No.
I've never seen a live action Tim Burton movie, and that's definitely something.
Well, he started off the live action Disney trend with his Alice in Wonderland.
True.
Like, that's the whole reason that spawned
Oh,
off.
right. That
Yeah.
was a Tim Burton one.
Mhm.
The original James and the
Jungle
Giant
to
Peach?
Jungle.
Jungle.
Oh, Tim Allen, Peak. Not as good
Live
as
action Kim Possible.
No, animated better. She's way hotter.
Leroy and Stitch.
Did you know they did a live action Lady and the Tramp?
Yes, I did.
was a Disney
Nobody
Plus,
cared.
That's
Literal
that's
nobody
a
cared.
very,
It was the first
very
Disney Plus
forgotten one.
original movie that came out when Disney Plus launched.
How embarrassing.
Oh, how about the Disney Indian in the Cupboard?
Wait, what?
It's about a doll that comes to life.
Wow.
Is that Tyra Banks?
No, that's Lindsay Lohan.
Oh.
Okay.
Who's the redhead?
Steven, that movie that you ruined in the theater by giving away the twist.
Hey, listen.
Aww, you ruined it for that. You ruined it for that mom.
The movie was bad. All right?
Mail
It's
to
not
the chief.
Mail to the chief. Oh, we need more movies that are just puns. And you make an entire movie based off that pun. Someone sat in a room, like a writer's room at Disney, and they were like, what if it was mail to the chief?
Oh, write that down, write that
And
down.
we send him an email, and it's like to the president.
But it's to the president.
Live action.
Is that like My Favorite Martian, but with
We
moms?
just get some hot moms.
Do some hot moms. So these are definitely not
Max Keeble's big move.
Who's Max? Okay, I've heard of Max.
Wait,
I thought it was Max
Josh Peck.
Keebler. That's
Josh. That's Josh Peck for sure.
That's a fat peck right there.
That's what he was cast as. Mighty Joe Young.
Mighty Joe Young.
God damn it! The only thing that I remember about this movie is the poster. That's it.
Yeah. Hey, what about it's got the guy from Twister in it, doesn't it?
What's
his
also
name? Patrick Paxton, Bill Paxton.
What's also hilarious, you can't really see it on the screen until I zoom in. I love how well composited they are. They're definitely in this scene.
I love. Look at how crude the fur cutting is around her collarbone.
You just get a little like airbrush shadow where like behind her head on his body.
Look at that, so good.
This was the official movie poster. Not a single one of these like characters. Each one is from a different photo.
None of them has ever even met each other, I don't think. Look, there's no green on anything.
Oh, Miracle on Ice.
Mighty Joe. Yeah. Whoa! Miracle in Lane 2 with Frankie Muniz.
How have I never seen this? How have I never seen this?
And I love Frankie Muniz, and I do not know what this movie is.
I'm a big Muniz head.
A Muniz?
You were a big fan of both Agent Cody Banks's.
Actually, yes. Yeah. Actually, yes.
And
a big
fat liar.
Big fat liar.
Oh, big fat liar for sure. There's my favorite Martian.
My favorite Martian. That
is a great
every
movie.
Every time I see a lava lamp, I think of this movie.
You know what? I kind of do too. Actually, every time I see a washing machine, I think about this movie.
Oh yeah. Oh
no.
Yeah. National Treasure.
What a banger! And y'all know that National Treasure 3 is somewhere on the horizon. I believe
that, but it's not.
Like... I know they keep saying
old
it, but
dogs.
They haven't stopped saying it. You can't teach them. Why does everything have a monkey in it?
Because was the thing.
That was the thing.
Monkeys really sold. Like our dad's era, they loved monkeys. I don't get it. They're kind of freaky and ugly. I don't get why people like monkeys.
They remind me too much of myself.
Why I don't like myself.
Oh, they did make a live action Peach Dragon?
Okay, I take back what I said. Maybe nothing's off the table.
Nothing's off limits because Peach Dragon. Who
wants this? Is this like a race movie?
It seems like it. Dude, what if they did a live action Pirates of the Caribbean?
Oh.
Man, those movies really got good after the third one.
Wait, wasn't there one where Johnny Depp was barely even in it?
No, there's one. Johnny Depp is in all.
Or no, Orlando Bloom leaves it eventually, right?
There's one where he's the only character you know.
That's true. No, except Barbossa's in it.
Oh, Barbossa, that's
everyone's favorite.
Uh-huh.
Polly! Oh my God!
What is that? That's a terrifying painting.
What is? Does that girl die? And this is like.
This looks like an in memoriam. Actually, no. If the girl pulling the wagon sees that shit in the clouds.
Oh my God! Imagine walking down the road and you see a giant face in the sky. I would.
There's something, it's because of modern day culture, all I read is polyanorous and think about how this is a girl like stuck between like multiple men.
This is a very progressive movie.
Oh man, the Princess Protection Program.
Ooh,
you're right. These aren't. This isn't chronological, but I'm just now realizing that it's alphabetical.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean that makes sense.
Oh, what a great follow-up.
I wish it was good. It's okay. I just like it's not. I don't like hate it, but I don't like it.
You know what? A Raya the Last Dragon live-action movie.
Whoa! I forgot that was even a movie.
This was critically panned so hard. I think that they're just pretending it never existed.
Yeah, but what if
you'll never hear Disney talk about it.
Second time.
Yeah, they just need live action.
You know what? We know what other. You know what other one would be terrible to do a live action of, but it's kind of begging for it. Ratatouille.
Oh, please don't.
They would. Yeah.
Actually, a live action of this would have lived so much better in the 90s.
Absolutely.
Oh my god.
It's literally like that premise that you would.
Oh, that rat. What's that movie with the rat in the house? Mouse Hunt. It's got a Mouse Hunt kind of vibe to it.
Yes, it does have a Mouse Hunt vibe. And honestly, if you made a live action of this, don't have Remy talk. Easy.
No, that's how you solve it. You don't have him talk, and you just have a trained rat. That's it.
Yep.
Here's another movie that I never watched.
I could just picture a '90s trailer with that.
Oh yeah.
Live action rat
who's a cook.
You get a little hat on him. Oh, what's the rat actor's name? It's like, it's better not to name the rats, you know. Here's another movie that I had never watched, but I have weird memories of seeing trailers for. Race to Witch Mountain.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it. I've heard. I remember it being a book, right? Like it was a book.
I don't remember.
I think it was a book because I remember in school hearing the name Race to Witch Mountain.
Emperor's New Groove, live action Emperor's New Groove starring David Spade.
Oh my god,
dude, where they actually put David Spade in brown face and make him
recess, school's out.
Oh hell yeah, recess, school's out, man. Guys, can I just say, Remember the Titans is still good to this day. If you want a good like race movie, go watch Remember the Titans.
It's the best movie that's like technically about football, but actually good.
Inflation, anybody?
Oh my god! Gross! Ew! Was this? I'm trying to decide if I've seen this. Is that Pee Wee Herman? Who's in this?
I don't.
No, it's not. It's the guy who drinks piss in Dumb and Dumber.
This is one where he like farts in a spacesuit and it like inflates or something.
Ew! Is that the whole movie?
Basically, it's just a bunch of those.
Harlan Williams.
I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah, there is Harlan Williams.
Bits of it on TV a long time.
That's gotta be it. It's just some pieces from TV. Harlan Williams, that his name.
Oh, live action robots.
Robots? Whoa!
Isn't Rob Roy the name of like a cocktail?
I'm not sure.
No idea.
Why does that look like a bad knockoff of Game of Thrones?
What, Roving Mart? Wait, which one?
Rob Roy.
Oh, Rob Roy. Like the Highland Rogue.
He looks like a Lannister.
Rob Stark, King of the North.
King of the North.
Oh, Savage Sam.
Whoa, that's
they really loved putting faces in the clouds back then.
Yeah.
Look at how often they do it. We should have
Scandalous John.
Look, Scandalous John, and also the one to the right, that Selena.
Selma, and whatever.
Oh, Selma, Lord Selma.
We love putting faces in the clouds.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Love doing that. Shang-Chi!
Oh, sing along.
Lots of sing along. Oh, Smart House.
Smart House.
I don't remember
Big
Smart
Lady
House.
In the Clouds. That's a fetish movie right there. Like
I think
that's a big mommy right there.
I think the premise of this is that like this family's mother died, but then like they have a bunch of like smart house. They have a bunch of like smart house things that like her mom's soul now inhabits or something like that. So like,
oh, what the fuck?
I don't something like that.
So now your mom's like watching you change.
Yeah, she's watching you masturbate. Weird.
Guys, Sky High. Sky High.
I love
Sky High.
Where there it is.
I love me some Sky.
Sidekick.
Anything with Bruce Campbell in it's got my vote.
Honestly.
Solo. The origin story we all needed.
Son of Flumber. Wait. I think I've seen this actually.
There's an old Flubber, and the old Flubber has a sequel.
I swear to God, like I saw some sort of black and white version of Flubber because I thought it was the Robin Williams version, and I was very no, it was called the something Professor, not the Nutty Professor, or was it it was the Nutty Professor, was it?
Jared, it was not the Nutty Professor.
No, that's what I thought because that was the
Jared. It was not the Nutty Professor.
Okay, it was something. Hang on.
We need to teach Jared who Eddie Murphy is.
Eddie
Murphy is not a white man.
Oh, the absent-minded professor.
You think it was a black and white movie? Just
I've seen this of all things, the absent-minded professor.
What
the hell?
Which is, it was made in the 60s apparently.
Why are you watching?
And it was the OG Flubber.
That's a great question.
I couldn't tell you.
So this is where Flubber came from?
Yeah, this is the original Flubber.
Son of a Flubber. That movie was about.
Oh, Squanto?
Oh, Squanto! It sounds like they're making fun of someone's like real name when you say Squanto. Like that's like a schoolboy way to make fun of someone whose name is.
What's up, Squanto?
Oh,
Tall Tale. The Unbelievable Adventure of Pecos Bill.
Pecos Bill, baby.
Oh, we almost made
I've
a
actually
Pecos
seen
Bill
this movie,
game.
I think.
You know what?
I'm pretty sure we have seen this movie.
I think this one's ripe for a live action too.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
no. If there is a list, this is on the list.
It's absolutely on the list.
Because this like Frozen was a banger. Of
They would
people
probably make this one first as a way to sort of test the waters to see how people are receptive to this era of movie getting live action yet.
There has not been a good princess live action. Or sorry,
no, they're
I'm
already
not saying
doing Moana.
When I say it that way, it makes it sound like I think there are good live action movies. They haven't made a profitable princess live action movie.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. The absent-minded professor. Look at that.
Oh, look at that guy.
Look at those little
He's so absent-minded.
Whoa, that's so Sweet Life of Hannah Montana.
What?
Fuck off.
What?
The
Wait, is that
trifecta.
one kid like touching Hannah Montana?
What? Get in there. Check the hands.
He's all
Once again.
That's like Nick in those wedding photos.
This was.
Nick, get your hands out from under them. There's a photographer.
Once again, six different photos were taken to make this movie poster.
Oh yeah. They never met.
None of those people know each other.
The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad.
Oh, I have seen this. I have seen it. Ichabod. Great.
Look, then.
Is that with JTT?
If it's not this one, he is in one.
There is one.
Justin Timothy Timberlake.
Yeah, Timmy Timberface was in one of these.
Oh, the Aristocats. They call it the Aristocats. Yeah.
They could easily make
There's another one. Kurt Russell with the Barefoot Executive.
Wow.
This must have been his breakout monkey role. The only monkey movie I want to see is MVP. BFG.
This was a great book. I
book was
don't know anything about the movie.
That's a Roald Dahl book, right?
Oh, is this like the precursor to Grizzly Man?
I think so.
The Bears and I.
I can only imagine an R-rated version of the Biscuit Eater.
Get out of
Biscuit Eater.
Hey, Biscuit Eater.
Hey.
That kid looks
I got a great game for us to play.
The Limp Biscuit Eater.
Head in the clouds again.
80-year-old woman.
Face in the clouds. They're all dead in these movies. They're all remembered.
There's Black Cauldron.
Black Cauldron.
So that.
Oh, the boys.
The boys.
Let's hear it for the boys. Wait, why is Mary Poppins in there?
I think these are just like two writers, the Sherman Brothers story. Yeah, so it's not like Mary Poppins made three shots. The Parent Trap. It's a Small World.
Why are they the boys?
Because they were the boys, bro.
It's
the Boatniks.
I don't like these words.
I don't know about that one.
I also don't like the way that guy's opening his mouth over the megaphone.
Look, another 2 photograph shot. She is not there. She is not in that photo.
Is that even a photo or are they illustrated?
Well, here's the thing. They weren't having actors come by and pose for movie posters. They just had to find things from the movie or from other marketing material, and
they had to illustrate it.
What do you think? What do you think they think she's trying to do here?
Photos. What? I don't know.
What is she doing?
What's her game?
She's definitely trying to grasp something cylindrical.
It looks like she's trying to like turn a knob on something. It's like, oh, maybe if we're like far away enough, it looks like she's cranking the volume or something.
It looks like she's holding a softball.
I think she's pinching the cord.
Oh yeah, dude, they have her just like gingerly pinching the cable on the megaphone while she inserts herself into him.
Whoa.
Cats are from outer space?
No way, I didn't know that.
There's a lot of people that like grew up with Brave Little Toaster. That have
Country Bears.
Country Bears.
Disgusting. I'm sorry, that's gross.
Have you ever seen the trailer for it?
No.
They all move like fucking animatronics.
I know that Country Bears isn't Country Bears originally an attraction at Disney World.
I think.
Probably. I don't know. Well, that shit's fucked up.
Dinner's ready.
Ew, I'm not ready for it.
Barrington was like any other.
Barrington.
Sometimes I feel different.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
Dex and me, we don't look the same. He has freckles.
Is it?
And I don't. I think.
He was loved by his parents.
Just remember, son, the people who love you no matter what.
Oh my God.
Can I say that's
Action Jack Barker.
Action Jack. I would actually prefer movies do this like scary animatronic face like props instead of CG. Personally,
honestly,
because I'm weirdly more entertained by this than I am the.
Well, this
the
is
CG.
just like you get value from it because of just how like weird it is. The CG is just like it's just bad.
Yeah, and the CG is never gonna actually convince me that that thing's actually there. So at least I know this is actually there, whether it's goofy or not.
Yeah, no matter what.
And sometimes his brother.
Gonna be there.
This is my baby picture. And,
This is yours.
this is yours.
Oh!
Mom, am I adopted?
What's that, honey?
Dexter.
I gotta face facts.
They're gonna make us sad for this monster of a character.
He's looking for his family.
Oh, look at him run!
Watching him run.
Let me see.
Imagine that silhouette trucking you down over all the way.
We're gonna have to release him into the wild one day.
Now Barry's about to discover his destiny.
Here we
All the
go.
cool kids look like Reese back in the day. Country
Country
Bears.
Four guys who are
They're rock stars.
Which one of you is
I'm
my
an
dad?
American bear. Woo!
Fat one do backflips.
Make anything fat do a backflip. It's funny.
Hell yeah.
All over his body.
I'm sorry. What was that edit?
Kleenex.
That was like a YouTube ass edit right there.
That's comedy, baby.
That did not fit the era.
So how does that work? We hide in the car wash.
Oh, the generic redneck actor.
Hey, he was in Con Air. How dare you call him generic?
He's dependable.
Your hair.
Afro. That's funny.
My hair.
Oh.
My hair.
Disney Pictures.
Oh yeah.
Who is this famous actor, singer?
Oh, dance number.
Oh.
One boy is searching for what he's been missing.
You're gonna do the show?
Not with
I'm upset that I would be probably entertained by this movie.
Oh yeah.
I'd watch it.
I'd probably be entertained by this. They had like a knockoff Danny. They had like a Danny McBride before Danny McBride hit the scene.
Yeah, crowd dive.
Oh! The amount of just expected
Haley Joel Osment
Beautiful.
as
The
Barry.
voice of Barry.
Oh, he's the
He's
voice
the
of
main
Barry.
character.
Well, this was
Christopher Walken.
What?
Chill Mitchell.
Alex Rocco?
It's Rocco. It's Rocio.
Based on Walt Disney Country Bear Jamboree, I think it was.
Yeah, it was
Okay,
a
so I
ride
think it
first.
originally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the Even Stevens
I know
movie.
people talk. Dude. Okay, whatever happened to the sister? Because you know, Shia LaBeouf blows up. Let's find out what happened to her real quick. Let's do a little quick history lesson.
Even
She
Stevens.
didn't blow up, she just blew.
Let's do.
Is she dead?
This.
Someone guess. No, Gingy knows. How do you already know that, Gingy?
He's a really big fan.
You're a big Even Stevens fan.
Is this Ren Stevens? That was the
Ren. That sounds right. Ren.
Christy Carlson Romano. She's an actress, producer, director.
Romano, is she Ray Romano's daughter?
Oh wait, she was the voice of Kim Possible. I didn't know that.
What?
Hang on.
I guess that fit the era. She was popular then.
There's an Even Stevens podcast.
Yeah, she does do
Gingy,
World
why?
Live because they all have some sort of podcast these days where
everyone has a
they
goddamn
watch their
podcast
old
now.
show and they talk
I
about
keep
each of the.
I keep getting on my YouTube Shorts is now just giving me a bunch of Amy Poehler podcast stuff.
Oh jeez.
Because she's not in things anymore.
She's not in things anymore, so she just has famous people on her podcast and talks.
Guys, you know I like The Office, but if I have to hear another thing about how Jenna Fisher and Angela Kiersey have more podcasts, or
The
Stephen
Office
Baumgartner
ladies.
has got.
Yeah. Stop. Nobody cares.
I really don't. I get it. You're in the office. Let it go.
There's
That
a
was
haunted
your
mansion
own
starring
living.
Will Ferrell.
With Will Ferrell, one of my favorite,
Wow.
one of my favorite black
You're
comedians.
looking a lot darker these days, Will Ferrell.
The happiest millionaire. Of course he's happy. He's a millionaire. What is this movie about?
I'm happy, honestly.
The horse thought ahead.
Ooh, The Incredible Journey, the prequel to Homeward
Oh, it's Homeward Bound. But look at how ripped that muscular
Damn.
dog. Look at that dog.
That dog killed at least one of those cats.
Look at how fucking muscular he is.
Speaking of muscular.
Holy shit.
Oh, Jackie Chan.
Anyway.
The kid with
The
bacon in it.
kid.
It's got beans in this, I think.
Little Mermaid, Little Mermaid, Little Mermaid 2, Return to the Sea, Little Mermaid, Ariel's Beginning.
That's a lot of mermaids.
Lots of little mermaids here.
Lizzie McGuire movie.
Hell yeah. Sweet 16.
Gonna spread my wings, Johnny Depp and face paint.
Yeah, that's a category of movies that just blew right by me. We're mid 2000s kind of action-y Disney movies.
This is what
Movies that were based on old TV
dreams are
shows.
made of.
Ugh, who cares?
The Monkey's Uncle.
Oh,
the
that's a
monkey's
banger right
uncle.
there.
I
can
think she
tell.
breastfeeds the monkey.
Or
in
The
that
Adventures
movie.
of
sure she
Merlin
puts it out.
Jones.
She does pull a tit out.
We should count how many monkey movies there
There's a
are.
lot of
I don't
monkey
want to know.
movies.
It's half. It's half.
The Odd Life of Timothy Green.
How could I have guessed that?
I don't know, but it's interesting, right?
Yeah,
The Pacifier.
Oh, the pacifier.
Now that's a good movie.
Don't make a move till you're in the groove.
The groove. That's a Peter Pan.
There's The
done.
Parent Trap.
Man.
And then The Parent Trap.
Okay, that
And then The
movie's a
Parent Trap.
banger.
Whatever happened
This
to
movie's
Lindsay
a banger.
Lohan's sister? Like, why did she get
I know, like, well, one of them blew
I
up
can at
and the
least
other
tell
kinda
that
just
both
fell
of these
into
are in
obscurity.
the same picture
Those
together.
are
Exactly.
two people
They're both
in a
like
picture
that
together.
Yeah.
So obviously.
One of the last 2D animated Disney movies.
It was bad though.
It came out
It's
at the
tragic.
perfect wrong time for Disney to be like,
It's tragic.
I guess nobody wants to see any of these kinds of movies anymore.
It's a big bummer. It's like they tried to end 2D with that movie.
Man.
Oh, The Rescuers.
Or The Rescuers Down Under.
Down Under.
Rescuers Down
See,
Under,
we
but-
did not have. We owned Rescuers Down Under. I did not know it was a sequel to Rescuers. So I only ever
Love
knew
that.
about Down Under.
That's the
with
same.
Five-O Goes
Five-O
West.
Goes West.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Five-O
I
Goes
thought that
West.
was just its
Rescuers
own
Down Under.
movie.
We only ever had the second movie
Yeah.
of both of those.
I didn't know that Mouse Hunt was the original one.
Santa Claus 2.
Oh boy.
Santa Claus 3.
Oh boy. When our family wants to watch anything beyond the first one.
God damn.
Shaggy Dog.
Yeah, Shaggy Dog. Shaggy Dog. Steven's got all the trivia knowledge for
I know
Shaggy
everything
Dog.
about Shaggy Dog,
Steven,
baby.
what car does the boyfriend drive in Shaggy Dog?
He drives a Focus RS, Andrew.
That's incorrect.
Secret of the Magic Gourd.
Magic Gourd. Gourd.
Oh, Sorcerer's Apprentice.
In your
Yo, that's
gourd.
like a preliminary Doctor Strange movie poster right there.
That does have a little bit of a multiverse
It's got Nick
aesthetic
Cage
to
in
it.
it, baby.
That was that Nick Cage killing it.
Yeah, remember that?
Finally, a movie for me.
In the sky, the streets. this was like
Happy
an
Pride
apology movie for
More
Brokeback
people in
Mountain.
clouds, though.
More
Yeah,
people
well,
in
they're dead.
clouds.
They are dead. Robin Hood.
Oh,
the Musketeers?
Caballeros.
Now that
But-
is a classic.
Jared, please.
Question.
Do you see the cast here?
I see 4 people on this movie called the Three Musketeers.
Well, they're the Three Musketeers, and then there's D'Artagnan who wants to join the Musketeers.
He wants
but
to
there's-
join. Yeah, they are not.
They are the established Three Musketeers, and then he's
Yeah,
like the new.
Athos, Porthos, and Aramis, and then D'Artagnan. Notice he doesn't have an name.
Exactly.
Maybe
That's
I'll just
why.
watch this one.
Okay.
It would not be. Actually, no. Please watch the one with Steve Martin, Chevy Chase, and what's the other guy? I think it's Cheech Marin.
This
Oh,
movie,
is it Martin Short? Oh.
genuinely sad and heartbreaking.
Yeah,
Tiger movie is sad. Holy shit.
It is Martin Short. Tigger movie is sad. I think the Winnie the Pooh movies always did have a weird somber
They were
aesthetic. to them.
very
Tigger was like
melancholy.
especially just like holy shit.
Tigger is just like twisting the
Right?
knife.
They actually, it's kind of decent writing to have him be such an overly positive character.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah.
Doing so as sort of a defense mechanism. Like, what kid?
Dude.
is gonna understand?
When Rue's just sitting there telling him that he's like failure, whatever the fuck he says.
I don't remember much about this movie, but I do remember like Tigger just like struggling by himself in a blizzard and like crying to himself. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Kind of brutal. Only to find out that his family kind of never existed.
Yeah, he's the only one.
It's really fucking sad.
Isn't that the most wonderful thing about Tigger, though?
The wild Tigger's the wonderful thing, and be careful how fast you sing it because you might say something.
Tonka.
That sounds like a truck, a Tonka truck.
Toby Tyler, another monkey.
Another monkey movie. That kid's guts. Oh, see, there's Tom and Huck. That's what I was thinking of. That's the JTT movie. I don't know who he's paired up with there, but
Brad Renfro.
No one knows who that is.
Some random
Toothless. Is that Josh Peck?
Is that Kirstie Alley?
Alley before she got
she got huge. Well, that was back when she was on
Weight Watchers commercials.
She was on Cheers, and everyone loved her on Cheers because she was supposed to be hot, and then she got fat.
Oh, why? Thank you, Grizz.
Jared of Sparta right now, so don't get too.
Toy Story 2, 3.
Man, I love that they only made 3.
God, stop!
I love that they only made 3.
I love that they only made 3.
Trench coat.
Treasure buddies. Look at that tiny little. Look at the tiny little gun she has.
Treasure Planet. There it is.
It's a great movie. Everyone can suck a dick.
Planet.
Well,
Don't make a live action.
you can sleep easy knowing that because it was so wildly unsuccessful, they won't remake it.
True. That's fine.
Go.
They would mess it up. That was a pretty well done animation.
Like Everlasting. I've seen that, surprisingly.
What the hell is a tuck?
Did y'all know that they were making a Tron sequel?
I did hear about it, and wouldn't you know it?
Where the Tron comes out into the real world.
Wouldn't you know it? Jared Leto is the star.
Jared Leto's in there, and I immediately like rolled my eyes so hard that I didn't want to.
What a turnoff!
Twitches.
Like the rest of the trailer looks cool.
Yeah, but Jared Leto
part, and it sucks that he could just ruin a movie for me.
He can. He was the worst part of Blade Runner 2049, and he was only on screen for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
This is a live action remake, believe it or not.
Underdog.
I watched some weird old shit.
This? How do you know these?
Because it was on Cartoon Network. Underdog.
He hasn't seen
it was the
live action movie though. I'm sure.
Okay.
Like you've seen Underdog stuff.
Okay, I've seen this animation, sure.
Which is weird to think about because it's so fucking old.
Yeah, but I guess
it's like all Hanna-Barbera style.
Yeah.
Shits. They just like play those.
Oh,
for the same
Furry
reason.
Awakening right here,
Jerry. What? That's not true. Look at that.
Mouth's wide open too, just for you, Jared. Oh shit!
Underdog.
What's his end game? What's his
what's it?
goal?
Just a kill? Yeah. He's got. What's his motivation?
Underdog.
See, villains need motivation. What are they trying to achieve? I thought they blew the dog up.
Damn. Boy needs to
shine with an N spelled backwards.
He's illiterate.
He's a dog. He doesn't know how to spell.
But yeah, they made a live action
What's
movie
this
of that.
list of characters attacking this poor city?
Don't worry about it. And
wow.
Valiant.
Ew. What is that character
Dude, I totally remember this because of that flight attendant.
Yeah, I know, right?
About what? The flight attendant?
Oh my god, Gingy, hell yeah. I love Wacky Racers.
Wait, what is Wacky Racers?
Wacky,
that, like,
yeah.
It's like all the Hanna-Barbera like characters like racing in this.
Wacky Races? It's like a Mario Kart show with all of the Hanna-Barbera characters.
Oh, dude.
This
is a little bit of a blast from the past. I did not remember this. What? This was like the original Sonic Racing.
Yeah.
The 70s were a wild time.
Peter Perfect.
That one can't be that.
Oh yeah.
There's McGilla Gorilla somewhere in here. Penelope Pit Stop.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought her car was grabbing her tit. That was just a detail on her windshield. Too many of these cars are flying. Which feels like cheating. There's just Yogi Bear. Here's a penis of a car. Okay, I've definitely seen at least an episode of it.
Yeah, those two characters are like the most iconic.
I feel like there's an episode where Scooby-Doo like engaged.
I would imagine, yeah.
They all kind of exist in the same universe.
Pretty much.
This is like the that was another thing. It was like Rocky and Bullwinkle. I would see stuff like that.
Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Wendy Wu, Homecoming Warrior.
Stay away from the walk-in freezer, Wendy.
Oh no! Is that Brenda's song?
That was Brenda. Yeah, it's Brenda's song. That was one of the reasons I was so hyped for The Quarry, because I'm just like, oh, Brenda Song's in
You
it.
remember her
Game
from
on.
the High School Musical?
No, I remembered her from The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Life of Zack and
Ashley
Okay,
Tisdale was in High School Musical. Oh wait, was Brenda Song in it too?
Did you say Ashley Tisdale?
Tisdale.
She does have tits. I do remember that.
Westward Ho.
Ashley Tisdale, who I also discovered is the voice of shit, what was her name? She's in it.
I don't know.
The girl in Whisper of the Heart.
Oh,
She's the main character in the English version. Yeah.
That's funny.
Wish,
The Wizards
Gonna
of
Miss.
Waverly Place.
The movie. Speaking of Wish.
Wish, another movie I don't know anything about,
I
but
have
came
not
out
seen it.
recently.
I heard a lot of people saying it was bad. So
Yeah.
That doesn't shock me.
Oh, here it comes. Here it comes.
Oh, we're at Z.
Here it comes.
I just, it's just, it feels like it's just a thing to do. It doesn't actually, it's just a thing.
So back in the day, I think people, or at least like companies and studios, were incentivized to make original IP because that is what sort of separated them from the competition. That's what sort of got people to buy tickets and stuff. But now that enough like valuable IPs have been established, I feel like they're kind of sitting on those laurels now, We're like, that's not the incentive anymore. The incentive is to cash in on what people already love.
There's not really Is there really competition in the film space? Like movie theater? Is there competition?
I don't think so. I don't know if there's really competition.
I would say probably not really in like the animated sphere outside of maybe Disney and DreamWorks. That's about it though, right?
Like I know they have to DreamWorks and Disney.
Those
are
the only
really a fair fight.
Those are the only two that I can see being like head to head with each other because they're not
to actually compete for the same market.
Yeah, they're both trying to pick off the same piece of the pie, but like
I think that's solved these days though by just release date. You just like if you think if Disney's gonna pop something on June 15th, you're like, well, we'll just wait till the next month or something. They just try to time it so that they don't overlap.
I have a funny bit of trivia about this one.
Oh, is it that Jim Carrey is in it?
No, it's that there's going to be another iteration of A Christmas Carol.
Another one.
Another one. And it's going to
come up with a new Christmas story.
And you'll never guess who's going to be directing and writing it.
Tim Burton.
Robert
Eggers.
What the fuck? Willem Dafoe top choice.
And of course it's Willem Dafoe. It's going to be Scrooge. Who else would you get to play it? I'm sure it's going to be
have some like weird like sexual undertones in that movie or something.
There's going to be something like that fetishizes the characters or the situations they're in.
Yeah. The Ghost of Christmas Past is going to be some hot chick.
Robert Eggers is a bit of a freak.
Will there be tits? Really Almost definitely. Of course, Diesel's in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Diesel's in.
Diesel's all in on the Eggman.
I get Diesel likes Robert Eggers. Maybe they both took the same college courses together.
Now.
Maybe they both love anything with the horror writer Lovecraft. They just
Fuzzbucket.
Fuzz Bucket. Now that's some Lovecraftian horror right
When's
there.
the Fuzz Bucket remake coming out?
That's what I'm wondering, dude.
Polar Express. This is
the Polar Express.
That's one of those movies that you could call like ahead of its time because the technology didn't exist to make it actually look good, but they tried to do it anyway.
Listen. The movie would be like really good if it didn't look like the way it did.
It is the Terminator 1 of Disney animated movies.
So what you're telling me is that they just need to make a Polar Express 2.
They need to make a Polar Express 2. It will find redemption in its sequel.
The public is asking for it, surely.
Begging.
And they'll just get Tom Hanks to do all the mocap again. It worked out just fine last time.
I think with his age, he'll have learned even more how to control his body better.
That's what I'm thinking.
You know what I didn't see in this entire alphabetical list?
Polar Express wasn't Disney, was it?
It was not Disney. It was not Disney.
But what I didn't see throughout this entire list, and I'm looking through the S's again, I ain't seeing no Song of the South.
They completely
have really scrubbed that.
They scrubbed that.
They put that in the vault inside the Disney vault.
Oh shit!
Never to be uncovered again.
Except at Splash Mountain.
We could put Tom Hanks in the live action. That's true. A live action Polar Express would be pretty easy to make.
It should have been live action. I feel like
it's just a train.
It's just a goddamn train the whole time.
It's a fucking train in the snow.
Oh wait, also if we're in the
You're in one.
Guy Ritchie's magnum opus.
Oh. Don't even tell me. This was a Guy Ritchie. I forgot.
Transition.
Yeah, there you go. And lest we forget the Sherlock Holmes.
Yes.
Me and Adrian were talking about while you were in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to the real RockNRolla?
Well, that'll be coming up in the sequel. The real RockNRolla. Oh, what happened to it movie-wise?
The up and coming sequel. You know, for a movie
RockNRolla.
Because the first one came out in 2008.
Doesn't exist.
So
Did they ever make the real RockNRolla? The sequel tease. The tease sequel never came to.
It did not.
Oh, I liked the CG movie Tintin actually, Gingy. It looked kind of weird, but it had some cool shots. It's like
a Spielberg animated movie. I never saw it.
It had a really cool intricate one-er shot.
It looks AI made.
Hang on.
Invented AI just to make that movie.
I think Spielberg did find AI. They dug it out of the mountain.
This is a neat little scene that they did, and I also discovered I started uploading the VODs.
There's something freaky about it. Doesn't it look like AI art?
It's scary.
I started uploading the VODs for spring screen, and this watermark was not intense enough.
Oops.
So I'm gonna need to up that a little bit. I think filters.
The opacity.
The opacity. So y'all are gonna have to deal with it.
We'll see what we see.
You'll see what you see. You don't need to see everything. But this was a cool one-er chase shot.
2010 or something like that.
Something like that.
Ew! Look at everything feels like a fluid sim.
It's too much.
It's too fluid.
Much physics. Too fluid.
Oh, you want to see physics? Wait till you see everything that happens in the next 3 minutes. Because they do not cut. I think from this point on. I think. Nope. Never mind. I lied.
Cut.
There's a point where they stop cutting.
I mean, I'll be honest. It's a lot less impressive in a rendered.
I know.
Movie.
but it is kind of neat directing. Yeah, I think this movie. Let me see. I'm sorry. I forgot when I saw this movie 10 years ago when the actual thing starts. This is 2011.
There's a lot of crazy There's a lot of good tech in this for sure, especially for the time it came out.
It was a neat little movie. I knew nothing about Tintin going into this, so as I'm watching, I'm just like, oh, this is kind of fun. So I still managed to enjoy it without having any sort of connection to the IP whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Indiana Jonesy, which I guess isn't surprising.
Spielberg, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think it's a lot of the things that inspired Spielberg just to get into film was this sort of storytelling.
Yeah.
Hi. Oh, he's dead.
The dog.
Yeah,
Whoa!
the physics. There's so
Fuck
much.
you, bird.
Look at like the water sim and everything. Just everything has got too much information.
There's a lot going on in these sorts of scenes for sure. It's like it's one of those concepts of just like it is possible to over animate things, you know?
Oh yeah.
Like give it too much movement.
This is again, it's overwhelming for my eyes to just appreciate. You need subtlety. There's nothing subtle in these animations.
Definitely seems like there's a lot of like technical flexing going on here.
Oh yeah, the light. There's a bunch of crazy lighting stuff happening in this too.
That's right. Come to daddy.
Come to Papa.
But I also think that the people's movements are too human-like, which is weird in an animation. It makes them feel
that
slow.
bird starts flying away and picks up his motorcycle.
We've already reached the no cuts section in case you haven't noticed.
We're living it right now.
We're way into it.
But there's a lot of it's like a lot of rotoscoping kind of a feel, and I hate rotoscoping.
It's got the exact same sort of problems I think that like Polar Express had.
It's
but I still kind of like this movie.
Gross way to animate. It looks fun. Like this would be one of these days I'll maybe watch this because it seems like some impressive tech.
Yeah, it's again like having no idea. I knew that this was an existing IP, but I didn't know anything about it other than the fact that it was like an old comic strip. I had fun with this. Like I had no attachment to the IP whatsoever. Because I think it really did. Now that I'm thinking about it, and I've actually seen an Indiana Jones movie. It had a lot of Indiana Jones vibes to it.
Very much so. What does it say? A lot of the
like
same
it's basically like a treasure hunting sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
With some dapper antagonist. And the dog. That dog's like hog-tied down there.
Oh. That's fine.
Like some of the water even looks like it's comped in real footage.
Maybe.
There's some weird stuff.
It looks like they're struggling between having like
there's some
trying to make it photorealistic, but also having like cartoon characters. Like these feel like Duplo Blocks characters.
It's very uncanny. There's something strange.
It is strange for sure. What?
The foam and stuff, like the water stuff, like when it splashes, it's just like. I mean,
it's distracting.
It's from 2011, I guess.
There is stuff that ages it pretty quickly.
Oh, for sure. Well, when you go for a style like that of just like trying to make it super photorealistic, that shit ages
pretty
in like
ambitious.
5 years.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But yeah, they did not make the real RockNRolla.
They never did.
And I looked this up last night after because I'm like, did they make a sequel? They did not, and it won't be that surprising when you remember that
I wonder if it's because it didn't do well in the box office.
That and he made Guy Ritchie was making the Sherlock.
Good.
Yes, and that came out right after this.
Good move on his part, honestly.
Yeah, it was a smart move. Stop doing.
Good pivot.
Listen, Guy, stop doing this and make Sherlock.
So budget was 18 million. It only made like 5.7 domestic, and it eventually made a profit.
Wow. This thing.
Dude, that opening weekend though.
Whoa!
My God.
Holy.
Nobody saw this.
Fucked.
That's crazy.
Like, that's like 2 cities worth went and saw this.
Yeah.
Shit.
God damn.
Gingy was one of the people, so like
one of the few
10 of those dollars you're almost a significant percentage of the profit.
That's a pretty high percentage compared to any other movie.
Holy shit.
I mean, I had never heard of this.
Me neither.
It's from a prominent director. This isn't like his first movie.
Like when I saw Guy Ritchie, I'm like, oh, interesting. And then there's just like so many famous people in this movie too.
Idris Elba was a surprise.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of famous people in it, and it had Tandy Newton. It had Tandy Newton right at the end of her life.
Can I make a comparison of this movie? Just
Do it.
Let's hear it.
Do it.
This is like if Smoking Aces was set in London.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I was getting the same sort of vibe just from like the movie poster alone.
Yeah.
Yep.
But hey, don't you mean it like Smoking Aces if it were set in Germany, given the accents?
I'm glad you made that joke, because the second I started watching this, and I heard the Cockney accents, I'm like, oh, this must be like in Germany or something.
Don't let the sins of Nosferatu tarnish
I need to refill my drink before we start.
But it is worth noting, because I immediately thought Smoking Aces as well, but even more so when I saw that, what is his name, Luke Pevin or whatever, the actor from Smoking Aces, is also
he's literally in
this movie. I mean, man, what a ludicrous surprise when they showed
Ludicrous.
just meaningless characters just to get ludicrous in the movie.
When in doubt,
they're the Americans. We're all really British, and you really need to turn on subtitles to understand what we're saying. I feel bad for Jerry. He definitely didn't understand a word they were saying.
No, and to be fair, most of what they're saying meaningless.
It was just pointless. Meaningless fluff dialogue.
Fluff. I definitely like.
All right.
I kind of lightly fell asleep while watching this. I remember the scene too, because I'm like, I didn't miss anything. It's when I guess when Archie goes to like visit the Ludacris and the other guy.
Yeah.
They're, like talking about
in the
something
studio,
like go find Johnny or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Find
And
Johnny.
I like kind of slept through most of that, and then I woke up and then it's like Johnny's in his apartment. I'm like, oh, I guess whatever.
So
I guess I
here's
found Johnny.
Here's the thing about this movie for me, like for a movie that's called like RockNRolla and touts itself at the beginning to be like about
say the name of the movie
about
like sex, drugs, violence, rock and roll.
It says it right there.
Yeah.
It says it
It does. Yeah.
Thugs.
There was surprisingly little sex, drugs, violence, or like rock and roll in this movie.
Thugs, not drugs. Thugs.
But there were more. Okay, so just by the fact that the
there's
characters,
plenty of thugs in here.
This movie did not go in the direction that I was expecting it to go in terms of like I was expecting just like
comedy, right?
some off the wall actions.
No.
It literally has the same like comedic shit as Smoking Aces, where it's just trying to be like over the top, and that's what's like.
Was it being over the top? I felt like this was a very weirdly subdued movie.
I don't know. All of the like. I don't know. There's a lot of the directing.
I don't know if I would call it a comedy though. No more than I would call a Marvel.
There were
movie
jokes. Yeah,
it was irreverent, but I don't think it was a comedy. It wanted to be. This movie did. Unfortunately, it has a lot of very familiar. I don't know why. That's why I'm surprised this is Guy Ritchie, because it's like he's copying himself, Tarantino, and Steven Soderbergh all in one movie.
Yeah.
It's kind of missing a little bit of its own identity.
It's also
the fact that there's a prize, a treasure in this movie that you never get to see. It's like, come on,
that's literally like some Pulp Fiction shit.
Don't do that. And you have like the duo of thug guy. I mean, come on, don't be that much of a ripoff. Come on. No,
all I want to know though is if your bro was going to jail for 5 years,
would you let him?
You know.
I was honestly a little disappointed that, but then not surprised. I'm like, oh wait, right, that's 2008. Being gay is the joke here. But I thought for sure that like, I thought for sure that they actually was like a legit bro, like choo bro train moment.
A bro job.
Yeah, a bro job. And I kind of loved how Idris Elba was just like, listen, man, you did a boy a favor before his like 5 years. I'm not gonna judge you. And I was like, damn, that's weirdly progressive for this movie. It's like, no, we danced. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. I kind of liked what you were doing there. Like, that's kind of a nice little moment.
During Pride Month, no less.
During Pride Month, no less. But then once but then once they cut to like the slow dance joke, I'm like, right, 2008, right. Okay, right.
Yeah, the amount of punches that were pulled, I think, is unfortunate for what this movie was. Not so much rock and roll. It was it was like your parents' rock and roll. It was, like it was like country music that thinks it's rock and roll.
I also feel like I could have watched this movie on with no subtitles and no audio, and I still would have pretty much understood. There's nothing really the characters are saying that really matter. You're just looking at events happening essentially.
Well, the thing for me with this is that and I haven't seen a lot of gangster movies, which apparently this is classified as. But it's weirdly it was more focused on legislation or zoning laws and shit more so than actual icing people and stuff. I'm because the first 10 minutes of the movie are exposition. And it's complete constant narration talking about these real estate swings and all this kind of stuff. I'm
and he owns
okay. And then a lot of the scenes are guys sitting in chairs negotiating with things. I'm just isn't this movie called RockNRolla? I thought this was going to be a lot more high energy than what I'm seeing right now. And you'll get some moments, but
they always talk about what makes a rock and roll and stuff, and then
but we never see
that's never a thing.
It's sex,
it's a guy
drugs, rock and loud music or whatever. And it's a true rock and roller embodies all of them or some shit.
In the grand scheme of things, because obviously Johnny's the rock and roller.
Yeah,
but in the great scheme of things, he doesn't really.
He's in the movie for 10 minutes.
He's barely in it. He doesn't really move the plot forward. He just happens to be the son of one of the main dudes
that chooses to steal from his dad at some contrived moment.
There are a lot of contrivances in this movie. I'm just all of it's just coincidence after coincidence.
Yeah,
nobody knew. Nobody who was involved with that painting and stealing it or anything had any intention to fuck over Lenny. They just wanted to take it. Every single person who took it feels like,
and they didn't have good reason to take it. It's just I'm supposed to do this. But but those people don't act that way in other similar situations. It's only so with the painting.
Mm-hmm.
The fact
and that painting ends up being one of the biggest conflicts of the movie.
I mean,
yeah. I mean, everything is centered around the painting.
Everything's centered around the painting and the just money and stuff in general.
And that's my problem is that this movie is it's all about sex, drugs, rock and roll. Here's this painting and this painting you'll never get to see, but it represents something that they're after. But I'm is this movie trying to have meaning? Because it's really just about and it's betrayal is a quality of this movie. No, they're just criminals doing crime shit.
Yeah.
So it's not.
At least
it
one
actually
scene of each of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. At least one.
There is a sex scene.
What's hilarious is
jump cuts.
The top piece of trivia for this was on the day of filming the sex scene, Gerard Butler had a nasty throat infection, and how do you pronounce her name? Tandy Newton.
Tandy Newton.
Twandy
bastard.
Thandiwi. Refused to kiss him. Guy Ritchie then improvised and revised the scene to the very funny montage. That's what the trivia says. So it was meant to be a full-blown sex scene, but then it had to be cut to just that little.
But to be fair, it didn't need it. So
no, it was completely pointless. It could have just been they had sex and then move on. I don't care.
If this movie was about sex, drugs, and rock and roll, make it throughout. There's sex throughout, there's drugs throughout, and
make
it's
it
all just a bunch of
rock and roll.
Make it be about some kind of gangsta rock and roller, who's living the hard drug life and is totally erratic and just popping people off.
The character who was meant to embody 2 of the 3 qualities of sex, drugs, and rock and roll, because he didn't have sex. The character who was meant to represent that is the mystery character who just is a B story in the movie. You see him every once in a while.
Halfway through, then you're here's Johnny. Hello.
And it's I guess we're gonna go see him fuck up a bouncer for some reason.
Yeah. Because he hurt Cookie. So
that doesn't matter. So
apparently, the second piece of trivia. Christopher Nolan said that it was his performance in this film that convinced him to cast Tom Hardy in Inception and The Dark Knight Rises.
Why?
Why? Yeah, why? I mean, I don't think Tom Hardy did a bad job, but it's not
it wasn't
holy shit.
Who did he play?
Wasn't he didn't really.
Bob.
Oh, the gay
Bob.
guy. Okay. Handsome Bob.
All right.
He doesn't do anything in this movie that I'm that's a good actor.
No,
he's not a bad. He's not a bad. He's not a bad actor.
There's not enough plot in the movie for anyone to.
Not enough happens for any of them.
There's no there's nothing for people to act in. They're just doing things. And then
I think the most acting is probably Lenny, like the guy who plays Lenny Cole, who is Carmine Falcone. If anything,
I feel like all of the characters should have been like that level of over the top.
Carmine Falcone, and I think if anything, Christopher Nolan probably picked him for Carmine based on this, like a gangster.
That wouldn't surprise me.
That would make sense, like a gang boss.
Hang on.
Yeah,
Tom Wilkinson.
After actually right in the middle of that movie, and there's like a specific scene where I'm like, Jared, I'm sorry. Thinking about what Jared was going through, and I was thinking, and what was making me laugh during the movie was imagining Jared trying to find a nice way to not like this movie. because Jared realistically is about to give this movie a 2, but I'm waiting to find out how nice he is.
He might like it more than that.
Because there are literal scenes where Jared's like, that's the thing I hate in movies. And this movie,
can you give me some examples?
Oh, here's the one that made me laugh is because it did it only in this one part just to dig itself into you. Is when 1-2, which is a dumb name, is talking to Tandy Newton, and she slowly walks away in slow-mo, and then it speeds her up too.
That's my favorite type of editing.
I love it because it says nothing about the movie, and
it's completely
so pointless. And all I was picturing was Jared going what the fuck?
Weirdly enough, yes, I didn't like that, but at the same time, I was like, that's Guy Ritchie right there. That's what he does. That's the Guy Ritchie thing.
Jared actually liked this movie.
No, I did not. I did not.
Okay. Thank you.
I discovered I thought that I liked Guy Ritchie until I saw anything other than the Sherlock movies that he's made.
I think you just like the Sherlock Holmes.
I think I just like the Sherlock Holmes movies, and it's coincidental that Guy Ritchie directed them.
Guy Ritchie just happened to direct those.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to feel kind of the same because I've also seen, I haven't seen Snatch, and everyone says Snatch is good, but I've seen Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and that's another one that people really like, and I thought it was just fine, you know? And all I kind of see from Guy Ritchie is just stuff I see done better by other directors.
Sure.
Yeah.
The whole high energy.
Good job with Sherlock Holmes. Okay.
The idea that witty dialogue is meant to be the most important part of a character. The way things are edited. I get it.
That witty, though.
It's not. Well, it's just Cockney. It's Cockney jokes.
The interesting thing about this movie is that
jokes.
This is probably one of the softer R movies that we've seen. I feel like it was barely R. It was the violence was Breaking Bad levels of violence. Most of the violence happened off screen and have a blood splatter. You can get away with that with PG-13. There were maybe a couple too many F-bombs in this movie to make it R, but that's about it.
They could have easily made this
the sex was PG-13.
People getting shot, you don't even see it.
Even in that little fantasy thing that that Johnny or whatever his name was, the RockNRolla, was saying, it was here's what they're gonna do next. They're gonna shoot me twice in the head and once in the throat. They show him getting shot, him, the guy, getting shot 2 in the head, or at least the one in the throat. You see,
in the throat.
No blood whatsoever. No, I don't even
blood.
think there's any wound on his head or anything. He kind of just drops to the floor. I'm just wow, this is pretty subdued violence for a movie that I was going into thinking was going to be full of sex, drugs, and violence.
And
look at the cover. Look at the cover of this movie.
The cover makes it look like some shit's gonna go down.
Yeah, and shit barely goes down in this movie.
Shit does not go down. And even when Johnny,
shit never even starts. Go up.
Even when shit was kind of going down during that second heist thing, it kept being interrupted by 2 calm people talking in a restaurant. They never let it play out.
That's what I'm saying. The whole Russian thing, that is just all just for a joke. So it's not a comedy, but everything is just I don't know what this movie's trying to do.
I don't know what its purpose is.
I have no idea what its purpose is because there's weird shit like that where they're trying to be funny about it.
Yeah,
but it makes no fucking sense.
It just doesn't fit. So it just catches me off guard, and then they don't commit. My problem is this doesn't pick a lane. If you want to be
you can make an engaging story about like taking advantage of like real estate laws and going under the table on some things. You can make an interesting movie about that. You can make a really interesting movie about like gangsters and encroaching on people's turf and whatever, blah, 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 violence, sex, drugs. You can make it about like some rock and roller dude who's like in the like deeply entrenched in like the criminal underbelly and shit like that. But like,
not just about a series of coincidences or just
series of unfortunate criminal events. That never really go that bad.
No one ever really suffers that much, except for Lenny. But
the stakes are so Lenny and Tandy Newton are the only people.
Everything was like straight chilling for Idris Elba the whole time.
It really was.
Everything went well for him.
Mumbles had the easiest life,
dude.
And Bob, you know what? Bob had it pretty easy too. He had one scare where he thought he was going to jail, and then he didn't, and then he got to be as gay as he wanted to be after that.
Yeah, perfect.
The stakes were so low, and
weird.
So when Johnny gets shot, he gets shot, right? Like he's literally shot,
like right in the stomach. Yeah,
there's no blood on his shirt.
No.
There's a little blood splotch when you like.
There's a very PG-13 amount of blood.
At the end, when he walks with his chest through into the camera at the very end, like kind of the last time you see him, and he's clutching his stomach, there's no blood. Like I think there's blood earlier, but not
There's
then.
definitely blood at some point in there, but yeah, they probably didn't keep.
But not at the point where the camera was closest to his stomach.
It dried up by that point, Andrew.
That's what I'm saying. Like this is like the softest R movie I've ever seen.
Yeah,
it was weirdly polite. It was nice about the drugs. Even it never went too hard on the drugs. It made
there's
drugs seem like
there's like
fun.
one shot of some. Wait, was there even a shot of some dude snorting coke? I forget.
No one did.
It was just cigarettes, wasn't it?
Anyone did drugs.
They were like, yeah,
unless whatever was in that bong was like crack or some shit. But I assumed it was a bong, so it's probably like marijuana or some shit. Yeah,
I think he was just smoking weed, but it was cool because he had a gun for that.
which is actually a good representation of like what the whole movie is like. You got like this hard image of like this dude with his back with a gun, and then he just turns around and it's just a harmless little lighter. It's fine. Nothing too terrible is gonna happen.
But it also, the movie tries to make it feel a little bit like an Ocean's movie where there's a lot of moving pieces that are all going to come together at the end.
Right.
I was getting a real big sense of face blindness in this movie for sure. Every time they're introducing characters, I'm like, a lot of them sound the same and they have very similar haircuts. Who is it? Am I supposed to know who this is? Who is this guy? That's why I asked James, like, who was Tom Hardy in this movie? I have no idea.
Like, shaved head.
Which one?
It's basically shaved head. Black man. Leonidas. You know?
Black guy.
Black guy
who doesn't matter.
Black woman.
The bald man.
Bald man.
Old bald man.
Old bald man.
I was confusing those initial two junkies that came in to sell some jackets. I immediately confused the two of them for Johnny and Pedro or whatever that guy's name was. It was they're calling them the junk. They're calling them junkies. So I guess those are the two guys that came in at the beginning. Okay, I think. Wait a minute. Now those guys are visiting them. Oh fuck.
Wait.
Hang on. I'm confused.
Oh, Jared.
Actually, I love that the quote unquote Wild Bunch is like this veterans home where they all kind of like live together.
The Wild Bunch, they're just all like sitting around playing cards and stuff, and then maybe 3 of them go and do a heist at any given point, but the rest of them
but really it's only 2 of them. So what are the others doing? Like, are the others part of the Wild Bunch, or do they just sit around commenting?
So wild.
They're not the Wild Bunch. Handsome Bob is the Wild Bunch. So
Handsome Bob is a Wild Bunch.
And Handsome Bob,
no, do anything that wild?
No. Handsome Bob, they're all like, remember that one time Bob kissed a girl? What? They can't believe how dude, he's crazy.
It's insane how handsome he is.
And Mumbles is crazy because like he's black.
Exactly.
The other guys are just
that's a plot twist I didn't see coming.
The lady killer.
the lady killer. You're handsome Bob. You're handsome Bob.
The only thing that Handsome Bob was arrested for was armed slobbery. That was not my joke, and I'm sure you can tell.
Very good Cockney joke.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, I think the movie tries to. I also kind of compare this to the Departed, but it's it's British Departed.
But the Departed was like I haven't seen the Departed, but I'm aware that it's like one of those more like focused gangster movies, right? Like a crime.
It is a through and through Scorsese gangster.
Right.
It actually has
so it picked a lane.
Story that happens.
Yeah.
It's got a lane.
It's got a lane and a consistent tone.
Here's the thing. It's an actual good movie.
Yeah, it is a good movie. Well, see, I believe
dwarf this film by like a lot.
I believe you can do the kind of movie like this, that sort of like irreverent, kind of funny gangster movie.
This was barely irreverent, I feel like, though.
And, well, again, it was so polite about it.
Yeah.
It was like,
well, that's what
is it cool if we don't take this seriously?
You can't possibly call this a gangster movie to my face and make me believe it. I don't.
During that scene,
it happens to have gangsters in it.
During that scene when Lenny's getting like beaten by like that golf club, I was expecting him to be like severely physically beaten up, like dead, and like give me a shot of his face just like smashed in or something. I was like,
no,
oh shit,
he's holding his leg.
Well, you don't even see his leg. It's like a close-up shot of his chest up, which he didn't get hit by. His face is fine. He's just like, I'm like, oh, okay. I thought this was gonna be like the scene where Lenny gets iced, like the cold Russian crew finally like reaches its limit. And they just they drive him out to a remote section of the golf course, like this pretty pristine area. But you can, given it's like, there's nobody out here. It's like, yeah, that's right. And it's like in the middle of nowhere. It's like, oh, he's about to get shot in the face. Like, that's what I thought was going to happen.
Those guys could have definitely done this on a public golf course. I feel, and gotten away with it. They could break a guy's leg on the golf course and as Russian mobsters. Other gang movies, they would do shit like that, kind of like if it's just like punching a guy or something, do that out in the open.
Do it anywhere. Doesn't matter. Who's gonna
the Departed, it's like all about, rats and stuff. In this movie, they talk about
there was a rat
a lot. It's all about the grass.
The grass.
You want the grass.
And I also thought that they were going to be going for a really cheap twist that they didn't earn when Mumbles was just like, when did he learn a word like pseudonym or whatever the thing he said was? I'm just like, I'm just like, no way are they about to say that like 1-2 is the rat or some shit, because Idris is like, and that was all resolved so quick. Like they all get kidnapped and they get there. It's like, hey, just take a look at my pocket. He looks at the pages for like a couple seconds to be like, everything, this whole conflict's resolved now. You guys are free to go. I'm gonna kill this dude in a wheelchair. Peace. Like that was the climactic finale right there.
That was the climax, Steven, and Johnny the RockNRolla, because you think RockNRollers always die young, so he's supposed to die. Nope, he's fine.
He's totally fine. Actually, he gets clean by the end of the movie. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no.
Now he's ready to be a real RockNRolla.
This movie could be like a TLC kind of. Like a wholesome, like Hallmark Channel, like turning your life around type of thing.
He roaches out. Did you see his mana? What was he supposed to do?
But the climax, right, is that Lenny is the rat, and
Lenny's
like,
the rat.
The boss is the rat, and that's
but for a movie called RockNRolla, a story about sex, thugs, and rock and roll.
Yeah.
The climax is just like,
the climax is about,
let him go. I'm gonna chain this guy up and just slowly descend him into a wheelchair. There's no like climactic final battle. There's no final shootout. The most action in this movie happens during that like armed robbery thing. That's like the most intense this movie gets in terms of like energy and action.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then there's still like 40 minutes of the movie left where nothing even approaches that level of energy. It's weird.
The fact that you even compare this to Drive worries me.
It makes me want to ban you right now.
I thought for sure, Pomo, when your first message says like, damn it, I was hoping Jerry would be here so he could be in my corner. I thought it was because like you loved this movie and you thought we were gonna hate it.
That wouldn't have surprised me, honestly. The fact that you love this movie.
So here's the thing, and I don't want to put you like too on the spot, Gingy, because you already know how we kind of feel. But I'm curious as to, so you saw this, as you say, opening weekend. What enticed you to watch it? And I mean this genuinely. I'm not trying to like make fun of you or anything. What did you like about this movie? Like what made you want to suggest it? I'm curious.
Yes.
Because I want another opinion in here.
Well, that's true. And when I came here, I was going to ask y'all to kind of help me understand what's good about this movie, because I was really struggling. I was really struggling because I was also like Steven. I was a bit snoozy. I didn't fall asleep, but I did start at 9 p.m.
I only fell asleep for like maximum 5 minutes, but I didn't even bother. Like,
well, apparently Jerry's acquaintance fell asleep while watching the movie, according to the line messages.
Jerry.
And then he woke
I feel like what Jerry was doing with his acquaintance was more sex, drugs, and rock and roll than the.
Oh my God! Movie. Absolutely. Although it probably lasted the same amount of time. Hi, Jerry.
Love you.
Wait, hang on. Oh, what the fuck?
Wow, that was just like him.
It's so Jerry.
I was in high school at the time, caught a lot of movies, figured this was a great palate cleanser for you guys.
I mean, you cleansed me. Me.
This is, yeah, I think this is the first of its genre where it's meant to just be like a cheesy action flick, right? Like
it's
we had
probably
sci-fi.
One of the only movies that none of us have seen.
That's true.
Actually, none of us have seen this.
None of us have seen or heard of. So I mean, I appreciate.
No, none of us had seen Hundreds of Beavers either.
Oh, true.
Yeah, but I don't count that.
I don't. That was well. They're both bad movies. So turns out the movies we haven't seen aren't worth watching.
Would I watch this over Hundreds of Beavers? Wait till my review to find out. But we'll see.
Oh, I would absolutely
tune in for the review.
Till the end
you already know my opinion of Hundreds of Beavers.
That's bad.
And I will stand on the same hill that Skinamarink is on, which means that it is going to be impossible for either of us to convince each other that their opinion is correct.
No, that's just going to be a funny argument right there.
Yeah.
Now, Jared, compare this movie to Smokin' Aces.
Smokin' Aces had a lot more energy to it. A lot more energy, a lot more action. It was
stuff happens.
It was way cheesier. I mean, this one was definitely going for a much more like grounded and realistic sort of vibe.
Sure, yeah.
I guess.
But
like grounded and realistic basis sounds serious, but it wasn't real.
But you also remember the fact that Smokin' Aces, like the main antagonist, his special ability was throwing playing cards, and there was those like twins in the elevator waiting to just eviscerate everyone with like a chainsaw. That's what I mean by like this is more grounded than Smokin' Aces.
The other one had a lot more just like
Smokin' Aces had like Mad Max characters in it. Very poorly like established Mad Max.
That is shooting people.
Yeah, they had more kind of like comic book characters.
That's the biggest difference between this and Smokin' Aces in terms of like. I was very much feeling Smokin' Aces vibes as I was going through this as well, but it was just like I was just confused the whole time of how low energy it was for a movie called RockNRolla.
That's what I'm saying. Nothing happens in the movie.
Nothing happens. The energy's low, but it tries to insist that it's got energy by playing rock music.
You can't have nothing.
I feel like it barely played rock music.
And just jump around to like 30 different characters while nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I really focus on someone and let me like get to know their character longer.
Do something. Or if it's all working towards like they're all gonna come to the same point at the end, then that end should be like the thing we.
The end should be like a holy shit, that was worth seeing all of that.
The end should be filled with sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Even the end was just all like coincidence and stuff where like 1-2 hits that guy in the head and we're all friends now. Cool.
Yeah.
Now everyone walks away alive. Good job, everybody.
Thank God that Handsome Bob and Mumbles went by to pick up that paperwork and had it on their person the moment they got kidnapped, so that they could tell.
Yeah. Thank God.
So they could tell the dude to pick it out of there. Sydney Shaw or something.
Sydney Shaw.
Yeah, Sydney Shaw.
Who apparently like what was his name? Archie.
The real RockNRolla. Oh man, they should. You know what? He should actually try to make that movie too.
And that was the first time that was established too. Like obviously they established the fact that there was like a mole like really early on, but that was the first time that they had said the name Sydney Shaw. And then Archie like looks through those papers like, I've been hearing that name for years. Flashback to a scene that didn't happen in the movie. Who's this Sydney Shaw guy? It's like, don't worry about it. I'm not suspicious. I'm like, wow, that's a pretty big red flag right there.
The way that he acts, he's grabbing.
That was their Kaiser Sose moment.
That was their Kaiser Sose moment. Was like looking back through all of the scenes that you had seen with Lenny.
Oh my god!
But this movie's Kaiser Soze by the end was actually disabled. So instead of going from like a perfect walk to a limp, he goes from a perfect walk to a wheelchair. Oh, this movie's smart.
Into the River Thames.
There's a popular river underneath us. Called the River Thames.
Pretty sure they did mention it. Well, they mentioned the mole, right? The informant, but did they ever mention Sidney Shaw? They did one time when they're just when they're like reading through the papers, like, do you know that Sidney Shaw? It's like, I don't know. It sounds like a pseudonym, blah, blah, blah. But Archie, the guy who said that name's been bugging me for years. I never knew that until he brought that up.
Jared, they showed a flashback scene
to a scene that didn't happen
in that moment.
Well, sure, but it was a flashback to something that happened off screen.
I know you're being a stupid idiot right now, but the thing that I'm trying to highlight here is the fact that like there's no established like stakes or connection between Archie. None. I didn't even know Archie served time, and it was because of Sidney Shaw until that moment.
They do mention that. They're like, oh, this is like what
your 2 year stretch
or something. It's a very like one-off, just like throwaway line. That meant nothing. So I don't blame you for missing it because it's pointless.
Well, they bring it up. The movie uses.
Oh, they said the name, but it was literally once early in the movie. Everyone's. That's what I understood by the end. I'm like, oh, okay.
But it's like, okay. Of course, but it's like, of course they serve. They're kind of
they're
like
the wild bunch.
Criminal group.
I'd be surprised if they didn't do time.
They served and they ate. You're goddamn right, Mastiff.
Shut up, Mastiff. Ban Mastiff. Ban Mastiff.
No, this is a teachable moment.
This is a group of criminals who has a name for their gang.
Yep.
And have
a retirement home.
And a retirement home from where they operate their criminal organization. Of course, they all serve time, and the times that they served were like less than a high school. So it really never registered with me as
small amounts of time.
It never registered with me as like this is a thing that they're all either dreading or trying to figure out why they keep getting caught. Like that never even dawned on me in the movie. So at the end when it's like, who's been locking us up? I'm like,
the mole the whole time. Oh my god, let's kill him. Like,
every time they brought up there's a mole, I'm like, who cares? It doesn't seem to have any impact.
It was never that important. It was never relevant to the story, the quote unquote story.
They weren't even actively committing crimes until any of this started. It wasn't like they were just like
it's not even like the entire movie they were looking for the mole. That was not the main plot.
No, they never looked for the mole.
I'm going to do a heist for some money, and then this other.
And then I'll do it again.
That heist fucked me over. And then the other guy's like, "Oh shit, my painting's gone." And the other guy's like, "Oh shit, I found a painting." And the other guy's like, "Oh shit, I found some money."
I also thought
like, I'll
when
you
they
some money for the painting.
For my painting.
I also thought when they like brought that painting to the Wild Bunches Veterans Home. And the guy was saying, he was like, I'll buy it. It's like, well, hang on, I haven't said the price. You're giving the picture. It's like, don't matter. I thought that it was like, I know exactly what that painting is and what it represents, and I'm taking my opportunity right now. Dude had no fucking idea. He just gave it away.
And then he just gave it to fucking one.
He gave it to the one reason. No, he gave it to the one person who shouldn't. He gave it to 1-2, but then 1-2 gave it to
Tandy Newton.
Tandy Newton.
Yeah.
The one person who probably should not have had that painting, and it was her ultimate downfall. All out of everything that happened with that painting was sheer coincidence.
That's
everything.
Coincidence.
So the first coincidence is, why is Yuri handing his painting over, his lucky painting?
Why?
And there was something. I thought
it seemed like a power move or something.
He did,
and
I thought that
there actually mean something. It was something to make him stressed over. I
thought they were establishing. I thought they were
genuinely gave it to him.
I thought they were establishing a connection because like there was that time where he gave the commissioner that lighter. He's like, oh, I make him feel special. I give him something that I say is like really prized or whatever, and like, something greed or whatever.
And blah blah blah.
Yeah, and he's like, Lenny's like weakness is that he can't tell when somebody better at him than that is doing it to him, and that's what that painting was supposed to represent. But then that connection never really got made.
The painting back.
Yeah,
And
it was like a symbol of
oh,
like goodwill that he gave him that painting more than anything else.
I thought it was going to be before like Johnny ever showed up. I'm like, oh, like the Russians gave him the painting and then they stole it themselves to like put him
Medusa.
in a bind so they could like fucking take like. Oh no, I was
You're
hoping
gonna
it
hate
was,
this
like,
stream then.
a plan by the Russians to sort of fuck over Lenny by stealing it themselves.
I thought so
Yeah,
too.
Lenny seemed like
all right,
such an easy character for them to take advantage of. I thought that that's like what they were gonna do with his character.
I was waiting for that, and then they're like, "No, his son stole it." Like, all right, cool.
Yeah, very very cool that just the son who is mysteriously
just some guy
able
who just
to
happened to steal it for no reason. He just wanted some extra money.
He just wanted to like fuck over his dad. No, he didn't even want it for drugs. He kept the painting.
He kept it. The reason he took, he tells us the reason he kept the painting was because he smoked cigarettes.
Right, and he described how intricate the box is and how beautiful.
Well,
all while playing the piano.
All while playing the piano. All while setting up this entire. I swear to God, the tone that they were setting up with that scene is this is the scene where Lenny gets killed. Because that's also, it cuts to him going into the driving course, this soft little piano. It's kind of ominous. It's just these two Russian guys and Lenny has no idea what's going on.
The monologue from the dead person.
Yeah.
Monologue from the quote unquote dead person talking about death.
And I'm just like, oh, baby, Lenny's about to get iced. No?
Lenny gets his shin kicked by a Russian, and the movie goes, damn! Man, this is a hardcore gangster movie.
You're on hole 9. Good luck crawling back. I'm like, what? There's also a difference between claiming a movie is good versus loving a movie. I respect that opinion. I respect that.
Correct, Medusa.
For sure.
Correct, Medusa. Now, see, Medusa, Lighthouse, you can love The Lighthouse, but it is not a good movie.
Y'all showed me your colors on The Lighthouse. Whoa. Oh, wait, no. We talked about The Lighthouse during Nosferatu. I was like, no way you were around during like our original Lighthouse review.
Oh, man, we spent 4 hours ripping The Lighthouse apart. Don't get us started.
That was back when we actually talked about the movie the whole time.
I'm still relatively positive on The Lighthouse, but it's not the masterpiece that a lot of people really like it for. I don't see the things in The Lighthouse that other people see it.
I think I just get more mad when the movie thinks it's like full of itself, and
so
then everyone
smart.
agrees that it's good.
That's the Eggman style, though.
It's not. That pisses me off.
I think I enjoyed The Lighthouse. I enjoyed The Lighthouse when I watched it, and then I started to enjoy it a lot less retroactively once I started seeing some interviews with Robert Eggers in terms of like the decisions that he made for The Lighthouse and why he made those decisions. I'm like, oh, so that didn't have any substance for me to chew on.
No.
That's my problem is I could see the creator in that movie, and the creator is kind of a douchebag. I'm okay seeing the hands of the creator and the thing they make.
I prefer to see that, yeah.
So that's part of you getting acquainted with the creator. I like that. It's the same with music, right? Like hearing the voice in the song. But if on the other end of that relationship, this getting to know that person, I don't like them, it's hard for me to like their movie.
Yeah. There's this movie and book called The Secret. I'm familiar. My mother rented it for us to watch as a family. I didn't realize there was a movie for it because that was just like a self-help book, right? About keeping positive mentality and imagine shit so it happens. This movie's similar shock and contrast about the fucking cover and the name of the actual movie.
I haven't heard of it.
I came in here feeling that this movie was extremely pretentious and thinking y'all were about to praise it for being good. Nah.
I don't even think this movie was pretentious.
This movie is not pretentious.
This movie is extremely surface level. What you see is what you get.
I think it's pretty honest. I just don't like what it's telling me.
Yeah, it's honest but shallow. Like it doesn't go deep in any sort of particular direction. But also you have to separate the art from the artist. That is something that I'm notoriously difficult at doing sometimes. As somebody who, especially when it comes to games and stuff, as somebody who makes those sorts of things, it's very difficult for me to see that kind of media without thinking about the people that made it. I've been cursed in that way, and I think that's kind of spread to a lot of like movie and TV shows as well. I understand there are people that are able to do that, and I think that's great. I'm not judging that at all. I wish I could do that, but it's very difficult for me to do in a lot of cases.
Well, I think, and it also depends on what the motivation and the intention is of the movie or whatever the art you're looking at. A movie like RockNRolla or The Lighthouse, that director is clearly putting themselves into the movie. Like they are tying themselves to the movie. So it's their intention for you to see them a little bit. Like when Robert Eggers is putting a bunch of stuff that he learned in his college course on English in, you know, whatever university he went to. When he's embedding these vague references to mythology or to Jungian philosophy into
or some random propaganda poster,
like random stuff into this movie. Like he's not doing it because he's separating himself from the art and allowing you to make it interpretive. He wants you to know the things that he knows. Like that's him tying himself to the material. So same with Guy Ritchie in this, you know, he wants his style to be visible in how he directs. It's the same with like M. Night Shyamalan. Like M. Night wants himself seen in his movies. He wants you to know this is an M. Night Shyamalan movie, and that's why
because he's in them.
And he literally puts himself in the movie. So those types of movies I can't watch and not think about them because they want to be seen, right? But I think there's great examples of art where the artist doesn't. I think they're a little bit more. Like the artist pulls back and allows the art to separate from them, and I think you can tell the difference when you're seeing it. I just don't think it applies here or to The Lighthouse, to be fair. Yeah, I thought this was gonna be a badass movie. Like my first impact.
I was gearing up for a lot of like dumb fun action. That's what I was like sitting down ready for.
I was picturing like a bunch of blue collar guys kicked back in Lazy Boys and having some Bud Lights. And just like sitting back and farting over this movie and being like, yeah, and then toasting over boobs when they popped up on screen. I thought that's where we were going. Yeah. And not a single tit was shown in this movie.
Story of sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Not a single tit in an R-rated movie about sex.
No drugs except for like some weed.
I think we saw some
one
weed.
Scene of rock and roll.
Yeah, there was a rock and roll scene with like a Gerard Way type.
The RockNRolla never rocks and rolls. He just sings a bunch of slow songs and like kind of gets all trippy and shit.
Yeah, but he made music. We just
show me that in the movie about RockNRolla. Show me.
Would this movie have been better if it was
actually about
Johnny,
and rolling,
who is actually a rock and roller and a thug? Like
Johnny seemed like he was an interesting character whenever he was on screen.
Like follow Johnny for an extended period of time, please, because I cannot handle the 2 minutes that he's in this fucking movie. It's pointless.
The RockNRolla was doing crack. Yeah, he was. But I know, in like that little bong thing, like you don't see any like hardcore drug. Like I see more hardcore drug usage in like Breaking Bad. Like I see needles going into arms for heroin. I see people snorting up crack rocks and shit. I don't see like ambiguously drug colored smoke in a bong. And then like packs of cigarettes.
I think they made it. They made drug use a little too cute, and they also made it a little bit PG-13 for like the seriousness that they were trying to go for. They didn't really go for how raw drug use is.
For a movie about sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
They made Johnny seem like an eccentric thin man who liked to get high. Like a fun English.
And sometimes his butt hangs out a little bit while he's yelling.
He's got. That's the only crack I see. Wait, was that like a Guy Ritchie thing where he's like, "Hey, crack."
Also, yeah, what is it with butts? Because Gerard Butler pulls his pants down.
Oh, he shows full moon there.
Oh wait, hold on. That was the most lewd shit we got.
Absolutely.
Was we almost saw GB beehole.
Oh, we almost got that beehole. We got a little bit of hair, maybe. I don't know.
We got some hair, but we didn't get no GB beehole.
Or any GB ballsack.
Well, because he stopped before it was too late.
That's true,
I also love how it's whole like, I'm gonna give you attention so you come talk to me. Just pull your pants down.
Yeah.
And wait, did he do that? Did he do that for Mumbles?
Yeah, and Mumbles like, well, I guess I gotta go talk to him now. I don't know. They never really established that. I thought that was like, oh, is he supposed to be gay? This Happy Pride Month. Okay, this is weirdly progressive for 2008.
Yeah, well, but then they started dropping
being gay's
F-bombs
the
in
joke in
alleyway.
this.
Then they started tossing the F-bomb. and that, I think that was the moment that Christopher Nolan was like, I want him. I need him. I gotta have him.
Gotta have him.
I need him. Call him. Get his agent on the phone right now. Get
this man in Batman.
I need him in Batman.
I need him in Batman. That man's gonna make a perfect Bane.
He sounds exactly like him in this movie.
Oh my god.
Put a mask on him. Molded by it. You merely adapted homophobia.
I don't want the women. I want you. Batman.
Are you going to make a slow dance over it?
that was another, like, that was probably the biggest, like, pulled punch for me, was when they just made the joke about all they did was slow dance, and then fucking 1-2 just like
really funny. They thought that was because it was really funny how gay that was.
2008, right? 2008.
It was really funny how gay that was.
I would have loved it if they just like implied that 1-2 gave him a bro job, and then Idris was like, dude, you're a good person for that. I'm not going to bring up anything. He was going to go to jail for 5 years. I'm like, God damn, happy Pride. Let's go.
They could have totally done that.
Yeah, it's an R-rated movie.
Or honestly, just leave it as just like the mystery thing. Don't even have Idris Elba bring it up. It's
just have it be implied.
You're nervous about it, and it's implied.
I want you.
And then don't go into any of it after that.
That was like a PG level joke when they turned it like that.
Well, they wanted to make sure that you weren't like, I don't want to watch a movie with a bunch of gay guys in it. It's okay. You're not one.
2008.
If Butler, if Leonidas is gay, then I'll rip this whole thing off.
In my RockNRolla movie.
But I think that actually would have been more funny to don't say what it is. Let me imagine what they did together. That's funny.
Just know that 1-2 probably gave him like a bro job as a perfectly straight man out of just like, that's fun.
Sometimes
you can there is something that's like funny and inherently ridiculous about that, but at the same time, he also kind of comes out looking like a good guy, like a stand-up guy or whatever.
It actually is weirdly more wholesome than the way they took it.
Yeah, because once they're just like slow dancing, now it's kind of just like, oh, it's mean spirit. It's funny because he's gay. Damn it.
It's only funny because he's gay, not because of like what they did.
Right.
But even in this era, I feel like they could have pulled a joke like that and say Superbad, like they would have done something like that.
Sure.
So it wasn't off the table. It's just Guy Ritchie didn't feel like doing it.
No.
What a fucking nerd.
What are the Guy Ritchie movies other than the Sherlock Holmes are there?
Aladdin.
You never saw Snatch or Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking
Well, actually,
Barrels,
there's this thing that's been staring me in the face on IMDb this whole time. Director's trademarks the films of Guy Ritchie.
Well, let's go look at a list of his movies. Maybe there's other things.
IMDb originals.
Guess what other movies Medusa loves? Do you love the live action Aladdin
well,
Medusa?
Here's the thing. Everyone here loves the Sherlock Holmes movies.
Sherlock. Yeah.
It's the reason that I thought I liked Guy Ritchie movies.
They're a lot of fun, and I think they're well made, and I think the directing is actually one of the strongest parts of them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also very heavily led by the actors too. So
innovative title sequences.
This is
RockNRolla.
Guy Ritchie.
Oh my God, he does it every time.
Larger than life characters.
Smoking Barrels.
Oh yeah.
See, like that guy is the larger than life. This makes the movie look kind of interesting. It's like it makes you think, is this guy like the main character of the movie? No, the movie's named after him, but no.
Kind of in there a little bit.
It makes it, and that's where it gets kind of smoking aces because you see this guy and you're like, all right, they're gonna like they need to find this guy.
This guy looks like a cartoon. Yeah, this is the guy.
Finding the RockNRolla.
But it wasn't. It was about finding a fucking painting. They didn't care whether or not they found the RockNRolla. They just wanted the painting he had.
Doesn't matter.
That was it.
It was about how this band of criminals has never really done anything that criminal.
No, like literally, like she's like, yeah, get that guy a black eye. He's like, I didn't feel like it. We're just gonna be nice, just steal their car. It's fine.
It's a big Lebowski thing.
Larger than life, Will Smith. Fast talking dialogues.
I understand plots just to like as background to the characters, but then make the characters interesting.
Right. Robbery's gone sideways.
RockNRolla.
There was the one scene of action in RockNRolla. chess and card games.
Look at these other shots of like movies where stuff happens. Oh, you want interesting characters.
Gangsters with nicknames.
Or as some, including himself, like to call him.
Yeah, I thought Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels was pretty similar to the rest of. It was like just a genre movie.
Musicians as actors.
Oh, it's a lot.
Where's Ludacris? There he is.
Ludacris. Oh, King Arthur.
Foot chase scenes.
Movie.
Bare knuckle brawls. Discombobulate.
Yeah, why did these stand out as just being
slow motion speed ramps? This is the only thing that I know Guy Ritchie for.
Okay.
It's what he does.
I am recalling all of the slow-mo stuff.
I mean, shit, it was in Aladdin, too.
That's true.
How do you remember anything from that? Oh, because we saw it in such a prestigious theater. I know everyone says Snatch is good. And maybe one day I'll watch Snatch. The end. Okay, so he has some pretty clear trademarks.
Yeah, for sure.
But they're not like those trademarks aren't those just feel like trademarks anyone could have. Not
that's different. Hang on.
Really
there was one, let me see. Guide of Films that Edgar Wright. Is this like a similar? Yeah, director's trademarks. Because I really like Edgar Wright's movies, and he definitely has a style to them that's identifiable.
And his style isn't that he just chooses to make certain scenes that any other person could make. It's how he executes scenes.
Right. So let's see what they say about his like directing style. Baby Driver. I need to rewatch that. Walk by transition. His transitions in general are great. They're always really cool.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wiping with a person.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, he does that
like
a
an
lot. Film homages, sure.
Thing.
Yep. Sure, he's a movie guy.
Cool.
What a
what?
Wait, Free Willy?
With pans and zooms, yeah, like he does these a lot, but they're also very rhythmic. It's not just like, oh, he does like fast takes and things like that.
No.
His scenes have so much great like pacing to them.
Yeah. Edgar Wright movies are like percussive. They've got like it's almost
jarring
musical the way
these are
he
great.
composes it.
I'm telling you, just the way that he like transitions scenes is always just like, oh, repetitive dialogue. Yep.
Wait for all this to blow over. Have a nice cold pint and wait for all this to blow over. The greater good.
The greater good. The greater good. We are Sex Bound. We're here to make you think about death and stuff. I need to rewatch that movie too. That was another one. If Jerry had already seen a Goofy movie, a Scott Pilgrim was also going to be on the list.
I just saw Scott Pilgrim for the first time like just a couple years ago.
Oh, really? That was fun. Yep, he loves his Simon Pegg.
Yeah,
he does like. It's just like the dangling participle. No, you did not miss Goofy movie.
No,
it was one. It's on.
If I get hit on the wheel,
that's
then
next pick if he gets
then we'll be watching a Goofy movie.
No, we haven't watched it yet. I think that Edgar Wright has some more like what I consider style.
He has more of a distinct style.
You can tell when you're watching an Edgar Wright movie for sure.
Yeah.
Like he has very consistent, like similar sort of tone to all of his movies, similar like scene pacing, similar sense of humor, honestly. I just don't know about Guy Ritchie. Like
everything that Guy Ritchie does as style.
Well, Guy Ritchie it seems like he's the kind of director that you can hire to make a Disney movie because he doesn't have a very polarizing style. Like you remember originally
that's it.
Originally, the first Ant-Man was meant to be directed by Edgar Wright, but then they canned him because he wasn't, due to creative differences. He wasn't listening to Disney. He wanted to make the movie in his own Edgar Wright style, and he's like, no, make it like Avengers, like make it like a Disney Marvel movie. So Guy Ritchie seems like the kind of guy who is able to do that for them, which is why he made Aladdin.
Yeah.
Can we find a clip from Aladdin? I want to watch a clip from Aladdin and be like, do I really see a Guy Ritchie movie in this? I want to see if that.
I mean, I think I first noticed it during like the opening song, like "One Jump Ahead of the Street Lamp" or whatever. Like it has some of those like.
Are we about to go like purposely watch clips of Aladdin? I don't know if I'm ready for this.
We're talking about a director who is like technically known for their style, and maybe I'm just struggling with it. Oh, well then he holds up. If he's making Aladdin, he must hold up. Let's not feed that algorithm.
Oh fuck.
No.
Listen, guys, I get it. I know. I hated this movie too. This is an exploration of a director and the director only. I want to see if I can sense Guy Ritchie in this.
The IRL one, yes. Same director, Medusa.
This is Guy Ritchie. Ew, I hated that. I don't like that.
One jump. Oh God.
Oh.
This also has like weirdly less energy than the.
That's everything.
It does.
It's slow.
See, there's the slow-mo. There's the slow-mo.
Okay.
Which is a weird choice to make when the character's singing, by the way.
Singing, yeah, they're singing at a normal speed, and then you slow them
but
down.
you slow the movement down, and the singing is in world. It's not a backtrack.
And that's everything, right here.
Is his mouth still moving at the right speed though?
I can't tell.
No, I don't really care.
Well, that's what I mean, Medusa. I was curious if I could still see like a diluted Guy Ritchie through the Disney mess.
I need to watch the original after this. This is so weirdly like slow paced and low energy.
Yeah, the original was way better.
I really felt like I was going on this like tour of the town in the other one.
I think they filmed it with him moving and singing faster and slow it down. I don't like it then. Then it was, I just don't like that. I think you might be right though.
It's too slow. Which is also another just problem of like taking animations and turning them into live action.
It is. It doesn't translate. Oh right, Jasmine's already here for this.
Oh
yeah, see, you got that. There's
the speed up movement.
That is what I distinctly remember when I watched this movie, was that specific spot there where they're just like walking in fast motion for some reason. I'm like, oh, I guess this is just what Guy Ritchie does. Right here.
Look at this. Ah.
Oh man. Oh man.
I don't like that at all.
Oh man, I'm worried I'm worried I'm gonna watch a Sherlock Holmes movie and not like it.
Right?
Guys, I think I don't like Guy Ritchie.
Rather tasty.
I don't like what they like she's like helping him out instead of just trying to like touch him.
Everything's moving so slowly. The camera, the characters, everything.
Yeah, look at. Yeah, like you don't feel any of the movement from this parkour.
No.
Because he's not using the camera work to embellish the movement.
The camera is so like slow and subdued.
It's a very static camera for what's happening.
You can do this.
I believe in you. You're a strong, independent woman.
You have a voice. I would never take it away from you.
Never.
Hakeem.
Nicely done.
Nice ass.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I am a bit of a street
like he's
rat.
just. You don't feel like it's the music. The music is literally ramping up here, like.
But the directing isn't
the action isn't. And I swear in the original, like the way it's like climbing up in the tone. Like.
Yeah, no.
There's no like escalation in the action.
We're not timing the edit to the music. We're not. It's not being scored. It's just stuff is happening while music plays.
Yeah, and then if we just do, you'll see just such a huge difference in the amount of like energy and speed with this thing.
I'll have your hands for a trophy, street rat.
I bet.
Yeah.
All this for a loaf of bread?
A loaf of bread? Yeah, Look at how much
there's
he leaves
crazy
the screen,
shit
comes back
happening.
In. Yeah, like they're using the framing to indicate speed.
Not just like have a wide angle camera and slowly pan it.
Yeah.
Look at, he only went down 2 stories, but it felt like he just went through like a mile vortex of geometry.
Morning, ladies. Getting into trouble a little early today, aren't you?
And then the times where it pauses, like you get like a good use of the scene that you're looking at.
I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
And look at how just in your face everything is. It's
yeah.
It understands.
Like there are shots that are just the focus of the character. Zoop. Zoop.
Yeah, the Guy Ritchie shots are, you always see the same amount of Aladdin in every shot.
The framing with his legs going in there, like it's just good.
I love that.
Well,
because again, it's just showing show the drama.
And he's
of
so
what's
fucking
happening. Look
fast.
At the scale.
Down, roll. Take that.
We don't always have to have the camera on the same level as the character's eyes. You can be below them.
Woo!
Woo! Like drone shots that you're just following.
Right.
Yeah, seriously. This isn't Jason Bourne where he's evading the police and we're following him around.
Except he hasn't got him.
And especially when you're going to live action, you don't get the, like,
you can't do this in live action.
Making a really, we can't have a really rubbery person, so you need the camera to be rubbery.
And he's doing way more things in this than just like going through.
I bet Guy Ritchie asked if they could throw sheep, and Disney said no. Look at how the acting is on pace with the music.
Who'd have thought?
It's called scoring, not putting a track on the back of the movie.
Like, he's just doing so many other things to avoid these cops and just like jumping up on the rooftops.
I always love that.
We've all got swords.
Ah. This doesn't feel as long as the other one. I'm watching the same thing
okay,
over
here's that same.
Like him getting surrounded instead of just only ever being chased by 3 guys.
Yes, but also here's the same part of the song where it's like it's slowly ramping up in pitch, and the stakes are getting higher and higher, and you can feel the tension in the action.
Getting cornered.
After this part, and then right here. Slowly getting cornered.
Every alley cut off.
All I gotta do is jump. Like, that's a climax right there. A build up and a payoff.
Yeah.
Not just like and I gotta show it.
Hakeem's discount fertilizer.
And I just gotta show that that part again.
Back to that part.
Just that part.
Is this that part?
This is the part.
Slowly running across the
It looks like he already got away.
He's already away.
This is the.
And then he like tricks him with this. That was the climax there. There was no, I guess this is the callback to like the magic carpet that he used to escape when it was kind of like foreshadowing in the animated movie of like, oh, he's gonna be riding a magic carpet later. It's like, no, he's kind of just using it as like a ninjutsu dummy.
Yeah, he did. He pulled some Naruto shit.
And then, but then he just like machetes his way into the window here, and that's it. Did I just hear Hakeem? Hakeem, I love you.
I heard Hakeem. Princess, stay out of this.
God, and that just really encompasses. I know we were looking at this for Guy Ritchie, but that just encompasses the fundamental issue that I just have with all live action Disney movies: is you can't replicate the energy.
No, and
for some reason, people just think, oh, it's live action, so it looks realistic, which means it's better. Like, no, it ruins it. I'm sorry.
Well, my problem is them trying to even recreate the animation. Like, if you're gonna go live action, do the things that live action does best and stop trying to replicate the animation.
Yeah.
You're never gonna do it. Medusa, what's your favorite
but you can
Disney
make
eye roll?
That's one of the earlier ones. That's before they really like narrowed in on a formula, I guess. But I can't speak as to whether or not it's good.
Beauty and the Beast, Emma Watson was not great.
Oh wait, Beauty and the Beast, right? I was thinking.
Now, see,
I think I was thinking
if you had to
Sleeping
choose
Beauty.
Emma Watson in Beauty and the Beast or Emma Watson in The Circle, which would you pick?
God.
You have to watch one.
I have to watch one. I guess I'd rather watch Beauty and the Beast
than The Circle.
But
The Circle
really
also has Tom Hanks.
It does have Tom Hanks.
A shockingly, that's probably the worst Tom Hanks movie.
We're going back to it because Mastiff sent a behind the scenes video. So Aladdin behind the scenes, speed and stunts, 2019. All right, let's see.
Okay. In 2019.
Plays with creative ways of shooting different sequences. Like
Don't just say it's creative because you did a thing.
This isn't even the same scene. Oh, it is actually. I think.
Whoa! How did you do that?
One jump was a challenge because 24 frames is what
A challenge.
24 frames
is real time.
Here it's
24 frames.
Again.
Wasn't Aladdin animated in 24 frames? I mean,
that would have been back in the day. Everything was 24.
That's not fair because this is a real person, and you can jump somebody across the screen in 2 frames if you wanted to. Whatever.
Give it a creative and new idea. Everything within
real time. We did it with real people.
In sync. So it's all shot at 36 frames.
Oh, good. So you can do slow motion. So it looks smooth in slow motion. Yeah. So okay. So he is singing in fast motion, so it looks on pace in slow motion. I don't like it. That's a dumb idea. I think that's stupid.
Gross.
Jump head of the red line or whatever it is, right? And vice versa.
Whatever it is.
I was wondering if you looked at his mouth if it was lined up.
It looked kind of lined up. Yeah.
That's so dumb.
Frames, which is fast motion.
Yep. Oh, this is a great shot right here. And really like a good place to use it too when they're just casually strolling down an alley.
Walking just. Oh,
what are you saying with this? What do you want us to feel?
Triumph. Speed.
One jump.
Why?
One jump.
One jump. One jump.
I understand what you're doing, guy, and I understand the technical process of how you're accomplishing it. I want to know why. Why?
What does the speed up and slow down serve?
What you doing?
What is the reason?
What are you trying to say? What do you want me to feel? Why did this part have to be in slow motion? Why did this part have to be in fast motion? Like, surely, like you're trying to. Oh. Well, he should have just used green. Well, green's not a creative color, but
it is funny when directors are like, "Well, that's just the thing I do," but it's not.
It's kind of my trademark.
It's like your signature has 3 swoops in it. That's what makes it your signature.
No, it's because you have like 2 L's and an O in your name. Like, it's the same kind of principle.
It's kind of his thing.
Guy Ritchie doing stunts in a Disney film? Like, come on.
Wow.
He knew exactly what
come on.
Yeah, he knew exactly
what. Stay out of this, Mena.
Creating stories about thieves.
Look, and I'm running.
Nah, respectfully disagree. He got paid a ton to fuck around with this stuff.
I'm sure he got paid a ton. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Right. I just wish that like when directors like fuck around, like don't then do just the same thing over and over again. Come up with a cool new thing that's uniquely you. Expand yourself. I think his style to me isn't strong enough that he can just keep doing it like the same way, like just throwing slow-mo and fast.
I probably like here's the thing. I probably wouldn't have known this was a Guy Ritchie movie if it didn't say it in the opening credits.
Well, you would have known from the opening credits.
Opening credits
how it opens. That 2D style of like bam bam bam.
I don't know, maybe.
You would have thought like Sherlock Holmes.
No, I didn't even remember that Sherlock Holmes opened like that. I remember like some very key action scenes in Sherlock Holmes, and just the fact that I overall enjoyed it way more than I expected to. But I didn't remember how like Sherlock Holmes opens with like that.
Okay.
When it showed like that book intro thing, I'm like, oh right, that was in the movie, but I didn't remember that. So that's what I mean when I think I agree with you that Guy Ritchie doesn't have like a strongly defined style in the same way that I can immediately recognize an Edgar Wright movie. I can probably recognize a Christopher Nolan movie if I wasn't already like deeply familiar with all of his works. So yeah, I think he has a very specific sort of style. Fucking who else? There was someone else that I was thinking of. But Edgar Wright's the one
Wes
that
Anderson.
Oh, I actually saw a Wes Anderson movie this week. I watched The Phoenician Scheme because Mastiff and his girlfriend invited me.
You watched the new one.
I watched the new one.
What did you think?
It was okay.
Can I just say I have learned that I don't like Wes Anderson movies.
I think
there are some good Wes Anderson movies.
I think so. The thing for me is he definitely has a style that is easy to recognize. And that's not just in the way that he like shoots his shots and things, but also like in the way that almost all of his characters are like a dry deadpan sort of vibe to them.
Yeah, it's
to the point where like a big part apparently of the Phoenician Scheme was like this father-daughter dynamic of like this father who was like estranged from his daughter, and they slowly develop a bond and get closer throughout the movie. But they both have that same sort of like dry deadpan sense of humor where they always have some sort of like snarky remark for any sort of situation, and they don't show a lot of like very strong emotions in the movie to the point where I'm just like, okay, that line seems to imply that they seem to like each other a bit more now, but like it's like a begrudging sort of like, and they're both still like this deadpan kind of like flat affect delivery, which can be a charming character trait for like one or two people, but for something that's meant to be like the emotional core of the movie, I did not get a sense that they were getting any sort of like closer or familiar with each other whatsoever outside of like a couple lines of dialogue. Michael Cera did have range in that movie. He did an awesome like for half the movie he had some fucking, I don't know, like Swedish accent or something. His name was Bjorn, and then
that's just like another Wes Anderson thing, though.
It is.
It's supposed to be charming how weird it is.
Yeah. So
but
like,
I don't care.
I did really enjoy Grand Budapest Hotel. That was the only Wes Anderson movie I had seen at that point.
It's pretty good. I don't think it's his best.
And he does have some really like aesthetically nice looking shots and some pretty impressive sets.
Yes.
But as far as like the content of that one movie in particular, because that's the second Wes Anderson movie I'd seen, like I didn't really connect with much of the characters. The story itself kind of felt pretty one note throughout all of it. And this was a crazy cast of people too. Let me go through the Phoenician Scheme.
Yeah, Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Mr. Fox, and there was also Isle of Dogs.
Wait, I did see Isle of Dogs. Was that Wes Anderson?
Yeah.
That was okay. It was pretty good.
I just don't emotionally get anything from his movies.
So you had like fucking Willem Dafoe, Tom Hanks, Michael Cera, Bryan Cranston, Natalie Portman.
Yeah, they're always. He's got like a bunch of stars on discount ready to join his movies.
It's just crazy
because everyone's so willing to work with him.
They're ready to suck that Wes Anderson D the second like a new screenplay comes through.
I mean, it looks nice. You know, it always looks nice.
He has a very
visual style.
It's a very distinct style.
Designer and the way he directs and the way he tells them his direction. He knows he's consistent.
He's one of those directors who's like, that's Wes Anderson right there. That Wes Anderson. Like this was a really cool shot. Like they did a really long one take of here, but there's like a bunch of nurses like going around and tending to things and stuff like that, and everything's like moving and it's really cool. But the substance of like the actual script itself it left me wanting a bit.
That's usually my problem is I see how much work goes into creating his vision. I just don't think his vision is cool. I think that's my problem. It's extremely well done and consistent and intelligent and all that, but I don't feel anything. And when I watch movies, I want to feel something.
Oh, fucking Benedict Cumberbatch was also in here as well. Like,
what a G.
Everybody was in it. I'm just like, oh, okay, because I literally went into this movie not knowing anything about it, and then I was seeing like the cast of people. I was like, oh, okay, this could be fun. And funny enough, it was about like trying to circumvent a lot of zoning laws and trying to do things under the table and collaborate with a bunch of people.
That's cool.
I couldn't
second best thing, Michael Cera.
Well, there you go. Discount Gerard Butler.
Discount
Diet
Imagine
GB.
Phantom of the Opera with Michael Cera.
See, if we want to start doing live action remakes, do a live action remake of a live action with different actors. That's what I want.
Oh, God. It would almost be just as interesting to like literally use an unchanged script. Use the exact same script, get new actors, get a new director to film it his way. I would love to see it like interpretations like that.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
That sounds like fun, and I'm into that. And it scratches the whole you remember this thing itch, but it does something creatively new.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can say that about anything, though.
But they're not doing it. Nobody's done that, and I'd like to see something like that. Almost like a new rendition, kind of like a new rendition, but more like a reinterpretation where like you are limited. You cannot change a single letter of the script.
Yeah.
You have to.
Everything has to happen.
Everything that is said in the script has to be said, but you can
editing and
you can
characters and stuff.
You can cast them differently. You can shoot scenes differently. You can direct the action differently.
But the script
change. Has to stay. It's a creative constraint that I think would make it for a really interesting, like, sort of remake like that. I would even be interested in seeing that, like, National Treasure or something get that kind of treatment. Give National Treasure to like Edgar Wright and cast, I don't know, as the Nick Cage character. That'd be interesting. It might not be better than the original, but it'd be interesting. It'd be Simon Pegg. You're right. It'd be Simon Pegg.
The reason I like that is because that exists. It's a genre. It's called parody, and it's like at least that's honest. Whereas the other like live actions are parody, but they don't think they are.
Yeah.
And that's what makes them failures. At least if we did it this way, it would actually be parody, and it'd be a new genre of movie where we like heighten that to actually cinema levels of parody.
Speaking of parody.
Oh, I wanted to. Oh my goodness.
Spaceballs 2.
I thought this was a joke until I watched it and saw that Mel Brooks was alive, and I thought he was dead.
Mel Brooks is alive. He is 98 years old, and a lot of people are scared that he's not going to live to see the release of this movie. Because it releases in 2027.
There's no way.
Oh, released in 2027? Jesus Christ.
Did any of you watch this trailer?
I've not seen this.
I did.
Because I voiced my opinions in the Discord of just like, this stinks of the same sort of things of like, oh, a beloved comedy is getting a sequel, but then at the same time, this trailer makes it seem like it's making fun of that concept. And if you're gonna like satirize that concept, a parody movie like Spaceballs would be the way to do it. So like, I don't immediately hate this, but I'm not expecting it to be good. I will quietly be optimistic that it's what I would want it to be, but I'm not expecting it to be. But this trailer kind of sets the tone for that.
It's funny, like the things that it chooses to put in this list.
It really digs in deep.
Let's see what's in the prequel.
A lot of jokes about Star Wars.
Yep.
Two dudes.
Seven Jurassic Parks. This one's the Avatar one's pretty funny. Dude, 36. That's a wild one.
DCU attempts number 1 and 2.
That's so funny.
Animated Lion King, live action animated Lion King, live action animated Lion King prequel.
Fuck off.
I love the Harry Potter movies, and then the TV series remaking the same.
The TV series is the joke. I'm glad.
Star Trek.
I didn't know that.
Which are also Predator movies, not to be the six Predator movies are also alien movies.
Prometheus was kind of an alien movie.
It was kind of an alien movie.
And then Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer. There's only ever been one. Spaceballs. There was even a joke. I don't know if y'all have seen Spaceballs. But there was a joke in the original that said like where they established that there's an entire series of Spaceballs movies, and the second one was called Spaceballs 2: The Search for More Money, and that was back in like the fucking 80s when they made this movie.
Yeah.
I think I've seen Spaceballs once.
After 40 years,
this is one of the few movies that I've seen multiple times.
He is old.
He is old.
But instead, we're making this movie.
Some people are speculating that Rick Moranis will come out of retirement for this movie. Because he played Darth Helmet.
Yeah.
So
that would actually be amazing if
cautiously optimistic. The vibe of this trailer really leads me to believe that they're really just like, I hope that they use this movie to satirize that concept of like Hollywood's out of ideas sort of thing, because this would be the movie to do it.
It would be, yeah. If it purely is if the motivation to make this and the goal and the entertainment value is making fun of Hollywood, I could get down with that.
Don't make it the same way that you have like Zoolander or Dumb and Dumber 2, where it's just like, people loved this original comedy, so let's rehash all of those jokes that people loved, but now they're old and washed up, sort of thing.
Like, and do it weirdly, like harder than they did in the original.
Such a played out way to do a comedy sequel. As long as it's not that, which it has every reason to be, which is why I am like skeptical.
I don't trust when things sound self-aware anymore, because they're never. It always feels ironic afterwards.
If anyone has had a good track record of doing that, though, it's been Mel Brooks, and he still seems like surprisingly sharp for his age.
I mean,
kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Them a bunch of
that dude's on a bunch of drugs, right?
Well,
there.
Sure, but even if you were like, shit, you could like pump my grandma full of drugs and she's not nearly going to be as coherent as this guy often sounds in a lot of like interviews that he gives and things.
Maybe this is AI.
Maybe.
It's not actually him.
Can it
actually,
be
can we just fast forward to the full-on AI movie era? Dude. Let's get there faster.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
I want to get there faster.
I'd rather get there faster so we can get over it.
Make it happen. Just someone do it. Someone do it.
I'd rather just rip the Band-Aid off and just get it over. Just start it, and then we can be done with it.
Where we pick our game we want to play in our movie.
People like it more than actual movies.
Oh wait, I should probably, before I remember at the very end of stream, I'm gonna.
Oh yes, this is your reminder to put in your movie selections for what we watch next.
There's only one more chat pick.
One chat pick.
One more chat pick.
Damn.
Chat,
but there's only 2 in there currently.
Yep.
2 in the bucket.
For now, unless anyone suggests anything new.
I don't believe Medusa has offered up one.
There is a wheel, and if you go to our Discord, I misspelled Discord.
Discord.
Goofy's good. Discord. Yeah, Goofy movie will get picked if I get hit on the wheel. The wheel, hang on, I can pull it up.
The wheel is us plus chat. If it lands on chat, there's a separate wheel.
Yes. Oh wait, I gotta save this one.
You could pick Goofy Movie 2.
An extremely goofy movie?
The sequels are not off limits.
This is what our wheel looks like. It's the 4 of us and then chat. Oh wait, no, Andrew, you shouldn't be here. Get out of here.
I shouldn't be.
Fuck off, Andrew.
So it's the 3 of us now in chat.
We watched mine.
Everyone in these sleeping bags gets 2 movies. Chat got 4 movies. Everybody on this wheel has 1 more movie to suggest before they are removed from the wheel. Because we are on week 8 of spring screening. We are officially 2/3 of the way done with spring screening.
And we're gonna be.
It has been a time.
At the exact perfect time with all the movies being consecutive.
Nope.
Oh.
Because you guys just had to go off on a vacation.
I didn't want to.
And now I'm gonna have to officiate my sister's wedding. So this will be done mid-July. Spring screening will be wrapping up in mid-July.
So summer.
Guys, there's a way to fix this. We just watch 2 movies in a week and go over both of them. We do a double whammy. A double whammy. Imagine it. We do half
whammy for 4th of July weekend. We could.
Dude, 4th of July blowout movie weekend. 2 movies.
Oh yeah, we absolutely do subtitles, Medusa, for sure.
Yeah, subtitles are good.
The only stipulation for the movie is at least one of the 4 of us has to have not seen it before. That's it.
Correct.
You ever pass the ox?
You ever pass in front of the ox? You start sweating.
Well, here's the thing. Like,
be confident with your choice.
I believe Jinji has been a good sport because we've been talking about his movie that he suggested. As long as you stand by your opinion that the movie you liked the movie that you suggest, what we say shouldn't impact that in any way. You can just feel free to suggest a movie that you would want us to talk about, but don't feel bad if we don't like your movie. Like I said,
not always gonna like it.
Like I said, Jinji has not been doing that whatsoever. He's been wonderful.
Jinji's been a sweet child.
You might get berated just a little bit.
By them, I'm not gonna berate you.
I might make fun of you a little bit.
The movie is.
I might make fun of you. It depends on how angry I am at the movie.
But that shouldn't matter to you that a guy that looks like this is making fun of you.
Like, that I had to spend 2 hours watching a movie about fucking beavers, then yeah,
I'm gonna get a little bit mad.
Gingy, I'm sorry to say that you only get one win on the wheel. Well, one, you only get one win on the wheel, so you're not going to be able to suggest again. And two, we did discover after stream last week that Jerry had already seen Hot Fuzz. And we have all also seen Hot Fuzz.
That is unfortunate.
I love Hot Fuzz.
Chaz never picked a movie Andrew has liked.
What?
Hundreds of Beavers, Nosferatu, and RockNRolla so far.
From this year, no. But from the past.
Let's take a look.
The past, were there any... Boy, which ones are chat movies though?
Chat movies?
Oh, I think Boats suggested The Mist.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe he also suggested Parasite.
I like Parasite. Parasite was like a 6.
Yeah. Let's see. I liked Grand Budapest Hotel, which was a chat pick.
I think I gave it.
Jerry pick was Chef.
Was a Jerry pick.
No, Grand Budapest Hotel was a Mastiff's girlfriend pick. Yeah.
I feel like I remember Jerry giving that like a 9 or something.
Grand Budapest Hotel? Wow.
Yeah.
Your parents picked Alien, and I think Alien is great.
I picked Alien. My parents picked Predator and Sixth Sense.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You mean Terminator? Terminator,
yeah.
Sorry, Terminator. The movie.
Mastiff did Snowpiercer. I like Snowpiercer.
Snowpiercer was good. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, see, it is possible. I'm sorry I didn't like your movies, Pomo.
Diesel also did Boondock Saints, which I liked.
Oh, yeah, Boondock Saints is good.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a good one.
We've liked chat movies before.
See,
okay.
we're not that critical.
Yeah, it's not exclusively. Hey, it's just Pomo.
It's just we just said like Pomo's movies.
I think we've very comfortably established that Pomo has very different tastes in movies than we do.
Yes. That was solidified very early on in our movie.
Is that necessarily wrong, or does that make him an idiot?
I specifically did not say worse tastes. I said different. I'm also just now realizing for anybody who hasn't been around for movies season 2 that us looking like what the whole conversation that we just had was completely incoherent. Like what was I looking at on this screen to try and come up with those ideas?
Why did you pull this up to try to remember what movies?
It made sense to me, but for people who have never seen this screen before, it's like, why did you bring this up? What are you looking at to jog your memory of these things?
What are you describing to me, Jared? What's that weird pixelated bundle I see down there under the Asian woman?
Oh, that one I think is Coco.
What's happening in there?
That is like that is like 15 different caked up buff Disney princesses fucking each other in the ass.
Disney princes.
Princes, sorry. Princes.
To be clear, a lot of handsome bobs in there.
A lot of handsome dudes. I think Jafar is like tongue punching Aladdin's butthole or something. I don't remember.
Something like that.
It's graphic.
It was graphic. Jafar goes hard, and so is Aladdin.
Oh,
y'all know how they do things in Agrabah.
Boondocks was dope.
Yeah, see, there were some bangers from the last. There were some bangers from the last season, y'all. Don't worry, and I think that was pretty evenly spread.
I mean, it's just Fuzz Bucket.
Memento.
Yes, I was gonna say Fuzz Bucket.
It's probably gonna be Fuzz Bucket. Fuzz Bucket is going to be incorporated in some way.
Fuzz Bucket is the base. We can add to him.
I think it'd be a bit too on the nose to just use the movie poster, but this looks like the same sort of color that would be really easy to superimpose a Fuzz Bucket into.
Fuzz Bucket.
Just like hide a Fuzz Bucket.
Hilarious. If you could replace Gerard Butler with Fuzz Bucket.
I mean, you could just Fuzz Bucket his face.
Fuzz it up.
I mean, that's what we did with Goon Wheel Hunting.
Goon Wheel Hunting.
What is this Medusa pick? Moonchild.
I don't.
Whoa.
I'll be your Moonchild.
Oh, this does look wild. The story of love and friendship on the harsh streets of 2014, Malkia, a small corner of Asia.
I have not seen this.
Okay, a 2003 movie. Well,
Don't tell us anything. You're allowed to, but you don't.
Movie.
Yeah, just say I like it.
3 keywords.
Zero keywords. Gotcha. I like not knowing, because I didn't know anything about RockNRolla beforehand.
Yeah.
I learned how much I hated it as I watched it. That's 2. What's the last one?
0 keywords.
Done.
Part of the 3 keywords.
Can we so did y'all, am I the only one that when I was listening to RockNRolla, like the one theme it had that it just sounded like ZZ Top?
Yes! It was like it sounded like copyright free ZZ Top.
Yeah. But instead it was like instead of like going up in Lagrange.
Yeah, hang on. RockNRolla soundtrack. Let me see if I can bring it up.
If we can find that
RockNRolla original.
Question.
Sleepy Top. Well, they are dead, Gingy.
That's true. Famously dead.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I was not paying attention to this music.
Well, it stood out to me because I'm like, it's a rock and roll movie. The music must matter. I'm like, wait, that's ZZ Top.
Yeah.
No, this is Black Strobe.
Oh.
Well, this is the song. Go a little bit later. I think when it has more strings and there it is.
Yeah.
Hang on. There we go. Oh shit! I just gotta wait until. Like, he's the face of this cover. He never does really anything that looks like this.
No. He's not really in the movie.
Bam, 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 bam.
See, dude, come on! Now please go just find
picking
just
up
a small
Lagrange.
snippet of Lagrange.
Easy.
Even the way the singer's doing the vocals, I would just fuck off. Come on!
Well, wait until the actual guitar hits.
Damn it! It is just a ripoff of Lagrange.
Outside Lagrange. You know what I'm talking about.
I'll take the girl out there.
We're down to go.
We died on an airplane. Can I bet that dog?
And then here we go.
RockNRolla, baby.
RockNRolla. Woo!
Well, here it's fine.
Can you just, okay, now pause that, do the ZZ Top, but slow it down to like 0.75. It's just a little too fast.
Hang on.
Oh my god.
All right, now I'm gonna speed this up by 0.25.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, sing it, Dalton. Hell yeah!
I thought the exact same thing.
Okay, so I wasn't crazy. They're literal copies of each other.
Every single time I heard them, it's like, oh, it's ZZ Top at home.
It's not even ZZ Top at home. Guy Ritchie's version of ZZ Top. It's GG Top.
YY Top.
YY.
ZZ Top.
ZZ Top.
Ay.
What did y'all think of like the ending of like fast forward and just like Johnny's
known
doing
for his
good.
slow-mo shots.
Oh my goodness! All he did was he just slowed down ZZ Top and tried to sell it.
He intentionally had ZZ Top play it fast so that he could slow it down for the shot.
Now that's art, baby.
Imagine acting and like they show you the timing and you mouth and say the words faster just to see them slow your mouth down later. I kind of want to go back. I wish we were able to like quickly take the footage and like zoom in on the face. I wanted to actually see in slow-mo what it looked like to have the actor real time singing
try to speed it up or slow it
body
down to match what the real time would have looked like.
yeah.
Hang on.
Has a live action Disney movie jump started anyone's career? They've been around for a few years now. Has it made anyone famous? I don't think it has. I don't see Aladdin in anything these days.
It either doesn't make them famous, or it like they just cast already famous people in it. You know?
Right. Like it's not. We're not discovering talent. Or like Will Ferrell in my favorite Haunted Mansion movie.
Exactly.
Hang on, I'm looking for something.
The rock and roller. Nothing happens.
Right.
Horror movie.
Now hear me out.
Fuzz bucket. Can you recreate the aesthetic of that poster? And then say Fuzz Bucket in the same lettering and everything.
Absolutely not. Maybe you can.
You gotta do so take this thing and go contrast.
Well, allow me to introduce you to
levels?
Fuzz Bucket, Brother Sham. Here he is.
Jared, can you do levels in this software?
Levels as in like layers or like color levels?
Values.
Yeah.
Like the values.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
can you
yeah.
do levels on the values.
For
Just
sure.
turn like the blacks and whites, like go hard on those suckers.
Okay.
So that it flattens it out completely.
No, not that. Shit, that's lightness.
Like,
that's not what I want.
Yeah, if you can find levels or curves or something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has that. I've just never fucked with them.
Like you basically make it that it's just black and white, and it'll like approximate them between each other.
Something like this.
There. Now you're getting there.
Okay.
So like find somewhere dramatic there, and then just throw like a. No, you want to pull it back so you get rid of all of the midtones. It should just be only black and white.
I see.
That's how you achieve that look that's in the other poster.
I see. So something like this a little bit.
There you go.
Okay.
And now you just need to throw a yellow tone on this thing.
God, ew.
You just need to throw a yellow tone over this. Like, can you do a layer of just yellow?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a multiply or a lower the opacity. Hopefully
Absolutely.
there's like a blending layer.
Hang on.
If you can color pick from the yellow, the orangey yellow.
Oh, I can totally do that.
RockNRolla, even better.
Oh my god.
All right, where
we're gonna nail this thing.
It's gonna be so good.
There it is. Okay.
He fuzzes my bucket till I rock and roll.
Goddamn right.
All right.
We like to call it fuzz and roll. Or rock and fuzz, whichever is your style. There you go. Now you've put that over it.
Layers, layer properties. Yeah. All right, what are we thinking?
Is this just opacity? Is it possible?
This is just
a blend mode from normal.
Oh yeah. What do we want?
Oh, is there a multiply?
There is a multiply.
There you go. There you go. Now we're cooking. Now there's probably a one where it would change the blacks, but we can leave the blacks.
It is pride.
Every once in a while, Jared backs himself into a corner,
really
and something tells me June's gonna be one of those months. Canceled.
I have no idea how to replicate this.
Can you cut out RockNRolla?
Sure.
I feel like it's gonna be too much work. Fuzz Bucket doesn't fit in there, does it?
No.
I think just any font. Just write Fuzz Bucket on the other one.
Wait. FUZZBUCKET. Oh my god. Fuzz Bucket.
Fuzz Bucket. Fuzz Bucket. Fuzzy Bucket.
Fuzzy Bucket. Alright, Let's see here. Rock. Oop.
I'm okay if we do it in a crude way, but if you want to try and make it like this, I'm like tempted to get on Photoshop.
I know. It's like, but it's funny
I'm like,
when Jared does it.
It is funnier when Jared does it.
Why have professional artists do it when you can have the guy?
Yeah, I'll save your guys' talents for the Nuzlocke stuff.
There you go. I think Jared will figure this one out.
Yeah.
Now, do you have any splatter brushes?
What the hell is that?
Does that software have built-in paint brushes?
I'm sure it has brushes.
Does it happen to have like a spray paint or something like that?
I think.
Like,
I'm not gonna
put some splatter on this
Oh,
thing.
I see. Okay. Let's see.
Does Fuzz Bucket rim the glass?
Let's see here.
I mean, a good bartender like Sam Malone.
Oh.
Y'all are interested in what we think about Cheers. The answer is Frasier is better.
Frasier is better.
There are some
better than the original. Imagine that.
Frasier did it.
Frasier did it. So it's not unheard of.
Let's see. There are some plugins that I can get for it, but I would have to like look into.
Oh,
those.
okay. Don't go to that. Don't worry about it.
This software is capable of a lot of things that Photoshop can do, but you have to like download plugins to like get them to do the things that you want.
I see. Okay, we just need a font then. We just need Fuzz Bucket font.
God damn.
You can probably find a font that has squares around it. It's automatic.
Go on to font. Go on to font.com.
Hang on.
And just look up a marquee font.
One sec.
Fuzz Bucket made me do it.
It was the Fuzz Bucket.
Look out! It's the Fuzz Bucket.
Why am I not? Oh wait.
Is that kind of like a sticky wicket? A fuzzy bucket?
Fuzzy bucket.
It's some sort of cricket term.
There is. There was one that we used a long time ago that I think is still installed on my.
Oh really?
Stencil.
I'm slowly becoming haunted by that face of Fuzz Bucket.
It's kind of scary, honestly.
You know what? That's not the worst.
It's not the worst.
It's Home Depot. It's Home Depot font, but we can do it.
We can find.
If you really want to look, go to DeFont or just look up marquee font and something.
Literally, look Ghetto Marquee and DeFont. It's perfect. Basically perfect.
Okay.
Detroit Ghetto or like Ghetto Marquee.
No, just go into.
Steven, you might just download
I can
it.
link it to you.
Oh yes, sir.
There it is.
Yes, sir.
That's our font right there. Imagine that says Fuzz Bucket.
Oh, we don't have to imagine. It's about to say it.
It's gonna happen.
I'm just gonna throw this to the desktop. No, we'll throw it in downloads. Fuck it. Okay. And then this. Where's TTF?
Do you have to manually load in fonts into paint.net?
No, I just have to. I probably have to restart Paint once I install it.
You just have to double click and install.
So I'll just install that real quick.
Paint.net's at least smart enough to do that.
It is.
To recognize installed fonts in your software. It's just like, well, I don't know, put it in my bucket first, then I'll use it.
Fuzz Bucket.
I had to edit a font.
Oh dear.
The other day.
Like the actual font file, so that when you read
to add a cent sign to it because it didn't have.
Ah, classic.
That was
a what sign?
A cent
for like cents.
Oh shit.
Oh, I see. So that when it's being like typed out or using the characters, it can find it.
I needed it to be the same font, but it was like one and then some generic cent sign.
Oh, that drives me crazy when I have a font.
Man, like include all the goddamn characters in your font, you assholes.
And I know all you graphic designers out there can shut the fuck up. Yes, I used a font. All you're doing is modifying your fonts anyways. I'm just using them as they come off the shelf.
This is a hefty font that it wants me to install here.
But I do get mad when I download a font and it doesn't include numbers. Like,
oh yeah,
seriously, do the numbers. Would you just do the numbers? It's not that hard. There's only 10 of them. Just do the numbers. Don't make me have to go find another font for the numbers.
This is it's a hefty ass. It's like locking up my computer every now and then.
Jesus Christ.
Well, the font, there's a decent amount of pixel information that
there
it's trying,
there
like
is
in the vector, like because the letters are vectored, so there's a lot of there's a lot of points that it's trying to memorize. Yeah, the installing shouldn't take that long.
I'm hitting encoding overload on my stream now. All right. I'm probably gonna.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like no overhead on your stream setup. You can't even.
I should have plenty of overhead. All right, I'm ending this.
But not for ghetto marquee.
Jesus. All right, we're gonna try that again.
Install.
It's taking a long time to like load. Better fire up Ferocious. Jesus Christ, that was the game that crashed my stream last night.
What is Ferocious?
I was going through a bunch of like Next Fest games. It's like some Jurassic Park looking game.
Oh, is Next Fest a game jam?
No, it's kind of like a demo fest of like a bunch of people. It's like a bunch of people put a lot of their games out as like in progress demos.
Bye, Jared. Bye.
Yeah.
Is he back?
Still loading.
No. For a second he was.
For a second, and then he was gone.
Just like that.
I'll wait a bit.
And he's back?
Oh.
Nope.
Hi.
Hello?
All for a font?
It'll be worth it in the end, though.
All for a stinking font?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I think it's loading multiple different like shit up my ass. Okay, we're not doing this.
Cool.
It should just be like take like a second.
I know it's not responding. Get rid of it. All right. It's trying to load a bunch of different. It's trying to load a bunch of different font sizes, and for some reason it's getting stuck in a loop on like the biggest font size, and then it just doesn't load up properly. That's a shame.
No more ghetto marquee.
No more ghetto marquee.
There's other fonts like that. If you just look up marquee.
All right, let's see.
There will be some similar ones. Just a bunch of Z's. Is your struggling too?
Oh, no,
Isn't that weird?
I got it.
You got it?
About 2 seconds, but it did hitch for a second though, which is weird.
That's so weird. Maybe it's because I'm doing some more
like,
streaming shit.
Usually it's just like, yeah, you just all fine, you're good.
Yeah, I've never had an issue with that before.
Nothing, no time.
All right, well, how about I send you this work in progress here, and then you can put the finishing touch on it.
Steven fuzz buckets it.
Fuzz bucket.
Think you can handle the fuzz bucket?
Fuzz bucket. All right.
You think you can handle the fuzz bucket?
This is going to be a tag team effort. A spring screening first.
That we never do this. Well, no, that's not true because the very first memento from spring screening is from Roca and finished by Jared.
That's true. That's true. And what an embarrassing contribution I made to that, huh? God, I can't wait for Jerry to see this in the chat with no context.
Like, what the hell is that? What are y'all doing?
Steven, if you also want to make it the same dimensions as like the album cover, we can make it a square too if we want.
Oh, square it up, Steven.
Yeah. You just got to make sure that we do not obscure Fuzzbucket's face whatsoever.
And Steven, I know you've got like a splatter brush on there.
Feel free to spice it up however you want.
Might as well at this point. Just throw a couple splatters on it.
That's still going.
And we'll have to make sure that it's we'll just have to put the fuzz bucket above fuzz bucket.
Exactly.
I mean, this already does look like it could be Guy Ritchie's new film.
Absolutely. I have too many Chrome tabs open.
Rock and roll.
What's going on here? I think it's loading multiple different, like, shit up my ass. Okay. Okay. Well, stream could hear everything that I was saying during that moment.
Shit up my ass.
Because I would see from my perspective on the OBS preview, it was just freezing. So I didn't realize that y'all could see or hear everything that I was doing.
Oh, y'all heard that? I'm so sorry.
If my feedback holds any value, for the love, add some contrast, if any. Well, no, we're trying to emulate the style here.
It's flat as fuck, okay? It's meant to be flat. I don't want to read any dimension on this. I just want to see two eyes and a mouth on Fuzzbucket. I want to wonder where the nose is and realize there ain't one.
You're ain't one.
You're in one.
I have to add like a backing to this font.
Oh, it's transparent. Just throw like a block behind everything. Just put a block behind it. It'll be fine. Is that Tom Cruise in the top right?
I don't think so.
Good old center tooth.
Let's see what the cast of Fuzzbucket looked like. Michael Gert. Wait, no, that's Chris Hebert.
Chris Hemsworth is in Fuzzbucket?
Chris Hebert.
No way.
Phil Fondacaro. Wendy Phillips. Joe Regal Buto.
Joe Rogan's in this? Can we see what who plays Fuzzbucket?
Who plays Fuzzbucket? Let's see.
I need to
Fran
know.
Ryan played Miss Langendorf.
Oh, Fran can get it.
Phil Fondacaro plays Fuzzbucket.
All right, go to Phil, and I want to see what else. What was that? Benjamin Button? What is that? Wait. Lucasfilm. Star Wars. He's in Star Wars?
One of them Star Wars?
That bitch in Star Wars? This isn't Star Wars. What is this?
Found this baby alone by the river. This child is special.
What is this?
This baby will not destroy me.
Find the child.
Time is running out.
Elora Danan has chosen you to be her guardian.
Me? You need a warrior
What is
for a
this?
job like this. I'm a nobody.
George Lucas and Ron Howard bring the epic adventure to new heights.
The act.
We need your help.
For the first time ever on Blu-ray.
Is it a Hobbit parody? What is it?
Fully restored in stunning high definition.
Is that? Wait, that's not Warwick
With new
Davis.
bonus features, including deleted scenes and never-before-seen footage from the set.
If the baby dies, all hope for the future is lost. Courage, Willow.
Own the legend like never
So
before.
I'm assuming the dwarf is the Fuzzbucket guy.
I would assume that it's not one of the tall people. Willow. I've never heard of this. Okay. Is there anything that we've known?
He was the creeper in Black Cauldron.
Okay,
Willow. He was in the Garbage Pail Kids movie.
Voices.
And he was an Ewok. Of course he was an Ewok.
Sick. He was always an Ewok in Return of the Jedi.
I mean, he already cut his teeth on Fuzzbucket, so, you know. It was only the next.
Exactly what he was doing.
It was only the next thing. Oh, he was an elf in the Polar Express? It all comes full circle!
Oh, you were there!
He was on an episode of CSI.
Of course he was in an episode of CSI.
Just like,
Walker, Texas Ranger!
He's Big Hack. Oh. I don't know who that is.
Big Hack. Sick. Abbott Graves. Touched by an Angel? Dude, he was on the PAX original Touched by an Angel.
But was he in was he in Tiptoes is the question. I'm assuming y'all are familiar with that movie.
I do. I have heard of this. It's like the Gary Oldman
Gary
Little
Oldman,
People movie.
First movie. It's just very problematic, apparently.
Oh my God. Tiptoes.
Oh.
Matthew McConaughey and Gary Oldman.
Hilarious. This movie is an enigma.
Yep.
How does it exist?
I've got to get going.
Right this second.
There's more to this trailer than all of RockNRolla.
I love you.
There's one small problem.
Hi.
Oh, Gary
I'm
Oldman.
Ross. I'm his brother. We're twins.
Oh, Gary.
Yeah.
It can tear them apart.
I think you're gonna let me know that everyone in your family's a midget.
Except for Gary Oldman.
Dwarfs.
Or bring them together.
Hey, welcome. I'm Steven.
Ah, there you are. This is Steven's father, Bruno, and his mom, Kathleen. And over behind the bar.
Oh my God, the immediate like, facial drop.
Yeah.
Don't you think? If you embarrass me, I'll never speak to you again. So just get it together.
Kate Beckinsale though, rocking the 2000s hottie look.
When the going gets rough, it's
and then
only
this sentimental
the
music.
Heart that counts.
Oh.
Yeah, just some soft strings.
They're people just like us.
You didn't tell her that her baby's probably gonna be little. I'm not like you.
Baby gonna be little.
Hey, there he is.
My boy.
He said these parties
The
got a little
most
wild.
famous
I never
one.
expected this. There's sure a lot of midgets around here.
You better back off, Goldie Hawn.
Back. This is before his most well-known role as the executive in the movie Elf.
Correct. He's best known for playing the business tycoon.
I just hope he's smart enough not to screw it up.
It's just a beginning.
You know what? This looks like a fake movie
It
that
does.
would play in another movie.
It looks like a parody movie.
I'm thinking of Tropic Thunder when they're like the Simple Jack movie.
Yeah.
This feels like a Simple Jack type.
And in the role of a
In the role of a lifetime, Gary Oldman.
Oh, Jared, pull it up. I'm not at my computer. How's Fuzzbucket looking?
How's Fuzzbucket looking? Fuzzbucket's looking pretty sexy. But Fuzzbucket.
Fuzzbucket.
God damn!
Oh, hell yeah! Yeah, dude!
Fuck
oh,
yeah!
That's killer!
You can't even.
Oh man, that looks like a punk rock album right there.
Oh yeah.
You can't even tell the difference.
I can't tell the difference. That's looking good. Hot damn, that's looking good.
Holy! I think that's one of the best. That's one of the best souvenirs of the
that's
season.
Good stuff right there.
That's good.
Jerry.
That is Jerry. Jerry, check out Memento.
Jerry, how do you like a Memento, Jerry?
You like Fuzzbucket?
What's your opinions on Fuzzbucket?
He's actually like, wait, I love Fuzzbucket.
Fuzzbucket
Jerry,
was like my childhood.
Fuzzbucket? I grew up with Fuzzbucket.
You know what?
He
Hold
grew
on,
up with me.
Let me add the parental advisory thing.
Oh yes, yes.
Do it.
It's gonna be more explicit than RockNRolla.
Jerry, since you're here, if you're able to chat, do you have any opinions? We're reaching the end stages of the review, and we'll let you start since it's gonna take you a while to type out your stuff. We'll go a little out of order here.
First, folks. Jerry loves it. He loves Fuzzbucket.
Loves Fuzzbucket, and he loves RockNRolla.
They are indelibly tied to each other. I guess
as he's typing stuff out, if he can, I can go over my opinions. I basically just the same. My opinions haven't changed all that much. I've basically voiced all of my biggest complaints with this, of just like this movie never really lived up to its name, basically ever. I expected to just sit back, turn my brain off, and watch a bunch of dumb, goofy action take place. Like,
yeah.
Andrew, you called this movie irreverent. I wish it was. I wish it was more irreverent. I wish it was just grungy, RockNRolla, crime, just fun. But it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was weirdly like not political sounds like the wrong word. It's like just like circumventing just like legislation and laws and under the table deals and shit.
Yeah. It's like the boring kind of like white collar crime.
Yeah,
stuff.
it's white collar crime, but like this is sex, drug, thugs, rock and roll. Like
exactly.
There was nothing rock and roll about the crimes they were committing.
Where's the
it's so subdued and low energy for what this movie poster, what the name, what everything is trying to like scream that this movie should be. It's not. There were a couple of moments that made me laugh when Mumbles and 1-2 steal the car and they don't know. I was assuming that he just couldn't drive stick or something, and then they needed the keys. I was like, haha, that's funny. It's playing out a little long, but okay. Like there's weird comedy things like that.
And then I'm mad that they don't land.
Yeah.
I know.
I don't feel particularly attached to any of the characters. It's tough to make Idris Elba look like he doesn't have any charisma.
Yeah.
And I honestly wish that John was more just a part of the film, like that he actually like did shit. I also kind of wish he was a different character, but I wish he was just like some hardcore, deep in the weeds and drugs, rock and roll kind of guy who also has ties into like the criminal underworld, where he's kind of like a druggy fuck up, but he's also like weirdly competent in navigating like the gangster world, like the same way that he was doing in that elevator. It was like, he knows exactly how this is gonna go down, and here's how we're gonna get out of it, blah blah blah. Like he can scheme and stuff like that while still being just like a drug-addled rock and roller. That seems like an interesting premise, but that's not what this movie was. The painting stuff, all the painting stuff really annoyed me. It was all of that stuff. It was a linchpin of the plot of the movie, and everything that happened with that painting happened out of sheer coincidence. Like none of the stuff that happened with that painting, the only thing that happened with intent with that painting was the Russian guy lending it to Lenny. That's it. That's the only thing that was intentionally done with that painting.
Why?
Everything else was kind of just like coincidence, you know? And it was such an important part. It's the reason that so many things fall apart in like the plot of this movie for a lot of the characters, particularly Lenny. Even the stuff that was supposed to be action, like the first time that they stole those $7 million, they literally just jacked the car from a couple of like pencil pushers.
It's like hilarious how little action it was.
I didn't realize that was the heist that they were doing.
That was the whole thing. It's just two guys getting in a car with $7 million in a bag.
And no security whatsoever.
No.
Like,
That's it.
I would have expected the first time that they pull off this heist to be like the second time that they did it. We're like, shit, it goes wrong, and like there's some violence and action that happens
just
with
like
it.
These two little weenie Hut Junior guys.
Yeah, they're like accountants, just like
they're
grab
about
his
to get in
bag.
the car, and they wait for these guys to talk to them. They could have just got in the car, locked the doors, and drove off.
Yeah, they didn't even have any weapon. They had like a baton, I guess,
batons.
but that was it.
But your baton, like, I'll get in my car. Yeah, you might smash my windows, but
yeah, I can get out of here for sure. I don't know. Really, like, not surprised knowing the era that this movie was made in, but still kind of disappointed that what they did with like the gay stuff. I thought what they were doing was interesting until like the reveal of it. I'm just like, oh, well, now it's just lame and stupid. Where originally it was like not only kind of funny, but like kind of a strong character moment between the two. I would say, like, it tells you something about how the character of like 1-2 of how like, yeah, he has like this massive machismo, but he really does love his homies to the point like I as kind of like strange and weird as it was, like we joke about haha bro job or whatever, the fact that dude is willing to cancel all of the plans that he made for this dude. He had this whole party set up. He's like, once he has like his little like freak out moment, he comes back in and be like, all right, it's your night. What do you want us to do? Like, that's a bro right there, man. That's a bro. That's a strong character moment right there. And still kind of funny, you know? But then it just had to be, I have to touch a guy and now I know he's gay. Well, now I think he's just an ass. So cool.
Yeah.
Like, duh. It feels weird to complain so strongly about that, but it's mostly just because like what they had there was at least
gonna be a fun part of the movie,
fun and kind of strong, and then it's just like they didn't have the balls to just like actually commit to that.
That's
but again,
what it is.
2000.
The movie didn't have the balls to do any of the things that it could have done.
Yeah, like because again, this is one of just the softest R movies I've ever seen.
It's so polite. It's so nice.
Honestly.
Yeah.
I didn't either, but besides the 2 R's that are in the title.
I didn't bring this up while we were talking, but I do remember. I don't remember the scenes that I did it, but there were 2 distinct points in this movie where I picked up my phone to look at the time, which is rough.
That is damning.
Rough.
That's not great.
I did let out a couple of loud sighs in the movie.
So there were a couple of very brief scenes that I enjoyed. Some sections of the robbery gone wrong were kind of fun. I wish the movie was more like that. I wish that was like the baseline energy of the movie for most of it. But that was literally the highest energy the movie had been. So I wish there was kind of more of that. Maybe less of the 5-minute long comedic chase of two guys out of breath, like trying to run towards each other. That went on for a really long time, and it stopped being funny real quick.
But then it culminated in a funny blowjob gesture.
That's true.
Oh yeah.
And then,
there was a callback
for it later.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
There were some parts of this movie that I very briefly enjoyed. They were very sparse. I was mostly frustrated with the lack of energy in this movie and the fact that almost everything, any problem that happens, is resolved fairly quickly and with minimal action or energy whatsoever. So I was very much misled by the title and the movie poster for this movie.
I was tricked.
So, hey. I'm waffling between a 3 and a 4. I would. I'd probably give this a 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somewhere around a 3, I think. It's a strong 3. Yeah. It's close to a 4.
It's a healthy,
a strong 3.
A well-fed 3.
I was unfortunately bored for the majority of this movie. But there were some bright spots. Yeah, like those few scenes that I described. They're very brief, like flashes. They're not like whole sequences or scenes. It's just like, oh, that's cool, or that was a fun little moment there. But it's outshadowed by mostly boredom and indifference, which is usually one of the more damning things for me when it comes to watching a movie.
Absolutely.
But it didn't make me like particularly angry at any point in the same way that something like Transformers did, which is why Transformers I think is like a 2 at the moment. So this is better than I enjoyed this more than Transformers.
It's like a 6.
It's the same as Star Trek, where I need to reset where my standards are. So I'm shocked that started at a 6. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, I need a couple of movies to like calibrate. So
it's okay.
And I honestly think like Star Trek was like the best movie to do that. Like if we started with like Good Will Hunting or something, I wouldn't know. Like that's a weird curve to start grading on, you know?
I mean, that's true.
It's like, well, hey, let's see. Did I enjoy Donnie Darko as much as Good Will Hunting? Nah, I guess it must have been like a 2 then. Like, what the fuck? So
everything is just like garbage compared to it.
But Star Trek is literally like the perfect middle of the road movie where like there's some parts that I really liked, some parts that really annoyed me, and then they kind of like mesh together into a perfect like here's an amalgamation of all the things that I like and don't like in a movie all in one film sort of thing. So it was actually a good, strong one to start with. But yeah, I would probably give this one a 3. And then I'll read Jerry's stuff here. Jerry says, not like I love it. I was confused at the early stage, but it made more sense over time. He kind of liked it at the end. I liked many characters except a few that means very little. Overall, I don't think it's an excellent movie, but few fun characters made this movie watchable. 6 out of 10. There were a few charming moments. This movie felt like a big episode of CSI rather than a movie.
I mean, yeah.
And CSI can air on TV.
Yeah.
CSI is more violent than RockNRolla.
CSI has more sex than RockNRolla.
It does.
True. And you don't
the story of sex, thugs, and rock and roll
has a couple of thugs.
I may have convinced Jerry to change his mind. Now you mentioned starting, I'm thinking a little different. Well, feel free to organize your thoughts while Steven starts talking, and I open up the poll for everyone else to give their opinions.
Indeed. Yeah, I didn't check the time during this movie. I wasn't like.
But you felt it.
But I was having trouble staying awake.
That is shocking.
In general, I'm like pretty sleepy after work and stuff. So I watched this today, like when I got home from work after I ate dinner. But most of the other movies that we've watched, I've been able to sort of power through it, and it hasn't been a problem. This one, I was like, I felt myself drifting away, just because nothing happens in the movie for so long, and I could miss great big chunks of it. And as long as I see what happens after in the next scene, where they're like, oh yeah, this guy stole this painting, and now I'm looking for it. I'm like, oh, I guess I didn't miss anything, because he literally just told me what happened before, because it's all just cause and effect the movie, where it's just coincidence happens, and then this other guy does this thing, so then this other guy does a thing, and there's no plot, it's just circumstance. It doesn't make sense. I don't know why it's called RockNRolla at all. Did you say the name of the movie?
They established the premise of it in the opening scene, and then they never pay off on it. Ever.
They should have called it like Grassy or whatever the fuck they call the rats. And
just call it Grassed.
Grassed.
Getting grassed.
Done. Easy. Like,
getting my grass plowed.
RockNRolla is the name of the movie, so you expect it to be, and Johnny is the RockNRolla, allegedly. And we get like flashbacks for him and stuff that also
when he was at his least rockin' and rollin'.
Exactly.
Oh my
just like
goodness.
a young kid, and it's like, oh, this explains the relationship between him and his stepdad. Like, I mean, I can kind of tell by the way his stepdad's talking to him. I don't need a flashback of him going like, I'm singing this thing even though you told me, and then he pulls out the belt. I'm like, I don't care.
In slow motion though.
I also don't care about when he like pulls Archie's gun or anything like that. In front of his school kid. I'm like, oh, that's funny. School shootings are hilarious. That was interesting. It's definitely like there's a lot of weird moments in the movie where it was trying to be funny, which is why I called it like an attempted comedy at the beginning, just because it has more of those moments than I would want, and something that is trying to be what it is, I guess. Like, I think it is trying to be a gangster movie, even though every character in there says we're not gangsters, so we don't do this shit. So I'm like, all right, so why am I watching this if you're supposed to be all these criminals? No one does anything really that bad in the whole movie, honestly. I love the comparison of the Wild Bunch to a nursing home. It is such a like a good description of what was happening.
Can you imagine instead of like gambling at a table, they were just playing like dominoes or like mahjong
or something. Like, outside of the three, I guess, main guys, none of the other dudes seemed to do anything.
No.
They were just people hanging out who happened to have records. Like, cool. And even when they were committing crimes, it was the most just like basic, like little weenie crime ever. Like the first heist or whatever. It's just, I don't understand how that was a thing.
Calling it a heist is so generous.
It's not a heist. It's just these guys are like halfway in their car. You say, hey, how's it going? They stop getting in their car and they say, oh, is this a robbery?
Yeah,
and
it
then
is.
Say yes. So then they move out of the way for you.
And they just fold like a napkin.
And then you have a whole hilarious scene where the guy's just sitting there with his keys and they're both looking at each other. And then he's like, oh yeah, I definitely need those. I just don't. I don't know. Like it was such a weird tone in parts of this.
Yep.
And I think other parts they were trying to be serious, but it was also like I couldn't believe that it was serious because they had other random shit like that.
It didn't have a consistent tone.
There were some interesting parts, like Jared was saying, like the Russians and stuff. That was like a fun thing, but didn't really lead anywhere, mean anything. It didn't matter that these Russians were like unkillable. It was just, oh, this like Russian guy flies out of nowhere on top of the car, even though they're like a mile away already. Like, where the fuck did he come from? Like, there's a lot of stuff that just made absolutely zero sense. And if the whole movie was like that, then fine.
Sure.
But they like it was like weird spots of just, I don't know. I really don't know. I also think that the Ludacris and whatever the other guy's name duo, completely pointless characters. They just
very
happened to
pointless.
know Johnny. They were so pointless. They did nothing. They added nothing.
Yeah, their only role was to be like, we know where Johnny is.
They were there. I mean, to be fair, most of the characters are kind of pointless.
They are.
They just kind of, because the whole movie's plot is pointless, if I had to say. There's really nothing that matters or that I care about.
It's a superfluous plot.
Yeah, just like I was watching it, I'm like, I know what's happening. It's not like I can't follow this, but I also don't know what's happening. It's like, what am I supposed to be paying attention to? I just don't care. So yeah, I don't know if I would say this is a good movie. I like Jerry said, I'm not mad, I guess, per se. I'm not happy. I'm not like, yeah, I'm gonna watch this, but
fuck yeah,
I guess this isn't like to the level where it was upsetting. I just probably wish I would have slept a little bit longer on those little bouts of tiredness. Could have missed more, but still got the same amount out of the movie. So I'm gonna give it. It feels generous to give it a 4 out of 10, but I'm gonna give it a 4 out of 10 just because
That's nice.
I didn't like completely hate it, but I also just it wasn't good. But I don't know. I feel like the 4 seems reasonable because I did like parts of the scenes and stuff, but overall, not great. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Boy, I can't wait for Andrew to give the highest score.
Here it comes. So it's a 7.
Nice.
It's not.
Holy shit.
The highest rating he's given any of the movies we've done so far.
Any other movie is
it goes to RockNRolla. This movie is more original than Nosferatu because it literally isn't just recreating another movie. So it's a 3 out of 10.
That's true. That's true.
But it is just taking cues from a bunch of other movies from this era. It's what Smokin' Ace. It kind of wants to be Smokin' Aces, but worse. It's a mix of a Steven Soderbergh Ocean's movie with some Tarantino Pulp Fiction in there, and it really is not original. And the Guy Ritchie style is also not original. Sorry, Guy. Creativity, I give it a 3 out of 10, and I only give it that just because he does try to write some witty dialogue, even though it's kind of lost on me. The whole like Cockney thing, it's not funny that they're British to me, so that doesn't work. He wants to be creative, the mystical painting, the multiple storylines, you can tell he's trying to be creative. It's just, man, I just don't think any of it's really well thought out. It's just kind of like shallow ideas kind of shot at like a genre of a movie. There is no theme to this movie. It's a 1 out of 10. Betrayal and deception are not themes when the movie is about crime.
I really was excited for them to like establish like that greed theme of just like being when Lenny was talking about how like greed blinds you or whatever, and that's the exact same thing that's happening to him, and it's his downfall or whatever. But no, they don't even capitalize on that.
It would be every character falls apart because of greed, and the RockNRolla is the only one. This movie had potential to latch on to something, it just didn't. This movie thought it was really confident that its characters were interesting enough for that to matter, to be the only thing that matters. Because again, Guy Ritchie saw Pulp Fiction. He's like, hey, Pulp Fiction doesn't really have like a plot, so I don't need one. It's just gonna be about these characters and the things that they do. Story is 3 out of 10. It's too complicated. It's weirdly complicated for nothing happening.
Yeah.
It's convoluted
for a story of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. I can't get over that tagline. I just can't.
It's on the cover of the movie.
I can't get over that.
And the twist, like the movie thinks it's got a twist. It's not a twist. It's hardly even a resolution. All the characters, there's no stakes. It's like The Departed if Departed was annoying and poorly done.
And PG-13.
And PG-13. It could even be PG in certain sections, you know.
Oh my god, yeah.
Presentation, I'll give it a 4 out of 10 because it's not like overly ugly, and there is some like decent snap, and I think there are some creative like camera work. It's not like the ugliest thing ever, but I hate the ZZ Top theme. It really bugged me the whole time, and even more so when I like overlaid them now and I realized that it is the same. And I was bored like y'all. I give it a 2 out of 10. I was bored the whole time. I don't think I was ever like... I was laughing at things, but not because the movie was funny.
Yeah.
And laughing whenever, like, when things happened that I thought Jared was... I was picturing Jared watching this movie.
You were just basically laughing because you imagined Jared...
Imagining Jared suffering through this movie was entertaining to me. And honestly, picturing Jared thinking, like, how do I not hurt Gingy's feelings?
I'm
glad that's what I was picturing.
I'm glad I have established such a strong resonance of what I do and don't like.
What you like and what you don't like. And I enjoy that. So now when I watch movies when a bad thing for you happens, I'm like, oh no. I really thought to myself, like, sorry, Jared. So that comes out to a 2.6 out of 10.
Wow.
It's a strong 2.
A strong
Nice.
2.6.
A strong. It's a college graduate 2. This thing has a degree.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention that last little twist of the knife where they just play like an extended version of the slow dance scene at the end of the credits as like a final punchline.
Yeah.
That was the funniest part of the movie.
Hey Roka, what would you give Fuzzbucket? I mean RockNRolla. I think
what's your favorite Fuzzbucket more? Just thinking about it.
Despite being probably one of my least favorite movies that I've seen in spring screening, this is probably one of my favorite souvenirs. It's so good.
The Fuzzbucket Memento. I love the Fuzzbucket Memento.
6 out of 9. Didn't watch.
Don't know.
Well,
didn't watch. Didn't care. You didn't miss anything, Roka.
Gingy, I appreciate you being a good sport. All things considered, sometimes movies like this do make for some good content.
Well, I had fun talking about how bad this movie was.
Exactly. And as long as you don't feel bad about it, you shouldn't.
Right.
Because our opinions don't matter whatsoever.
And I already didn't have a high opinion of you, so it couldn't get lower.
Don't say that,
I've interacted with Gingy enough to know that he has a thick enough skin for stuff like this. So I wasn't planning on holding back.
Gingy's hung around. Gingy knows he can hang.
He's hung for sure.
He is hung. The largest man in our chat.
Souvenir qualities versus porcelain movie quality. I don't know. Although, man, it's tough to say because I think we started really strong in terms of mementos with that Chris Hemsworth one.
Dude,
that one's a tough one to beat.
Great memento. That's got story to it.
That's a historic memento right there. Yeah.
But I also will say I like Window Man from Indiana Jones.
It's the only one that's just a screen grab from the movie.
It's rare. It's rare to just have a screen grab.
Yeah,
it really is.
And then they just get more and more esoteric from there.
Freerun's feet at the bottom.
Freerun's feet is diabolical. But then you got Go Animate, Caillou's mom, and bunny ears.
That is wild.
That's probably our most that's Donnie Darko.
Explaining that to someone is what makes it diabolical.
Pomo cannot go a week without mentioning how much he fucking hates the Freerun's feet memento, which is why I refuse to change it or make it any smaller.
It is the icon. If you're
bigger every time.
For those of you wondering if you should watch Free Run, there's your picture. Now you know.
That's how you know if you should watch.
That's how you know if you like that picture. You like Free Run.
Yes.
I'm gonna overwrite your custom cabbage and just make that your cabbage, Pomo. I have that power.
God. He does.
Love you, miss you, Mina, Jerry. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Jerry. Use protection.
Please.
If you ever go off to prison, I'll do whatever for you.
Yeah. Bro jobs all around.
Choo-choo. Give it to me. I'll use it. Alrighty. Time to spin the wheel. Whoever gets landed on this wheel is going to get removed from it because it's their last movie pick.
I don't have a concrete idea of what I want to pick, so I'll just pick it on the fly.
That means you're going to get hit, Steven. Here we go.
Come on, Steven.
It's chat's last movie. Tiny wheel. Tiny wheel.
Tiny wheel. Tiny wheel.
This is your last chance to redeem any sort of wheel wedge increases.
Correct. Now is the time. But if you've already got your movie picked, it is no longer available for you.
Yes. So the people that are currently on the list are Roka, Mastiff, and Medusa T, who put it
Medusa
here.
T submitted a new one. Moonchild.
So there are 3 movies.
Oh, get rid of Nosferatu.
Yep. There are 3 movies on this wheel. Only one is going to be selected. The other 2, we just won't see.
Save them for next year if we do this again.
There you go, Roka.
Or if we do
Save your money.
And Medusa T, if you're still here, I hope you know that if your movie gets picked, you are going to... I don't think you'll make anyone mad, but the other 2 people on this wheel have been posting it for the past 8 weeks and haven't gotten
they
picked.
will be pissed. Oh, they'll be pissed.
So Mastiff redeemed 1 increase on the wheel.
There we go.
On the wheel. Roka only has a 9.1K.
Oh, sorry, Roka.
So sorry, Roka.
Sorry, points are non-transferable. You cannot purchase purchase wheel increases for anyone
Mastiff
else.
has a 50% chance to win, which is going to make it hurt even more if Medusa
when
T's movie
Moonchild
gets
hits. when Moonchild hits.
Really fucking,
we have a record. We have a record of somebody coming in and suggesting their first movie getting picked. And I'm not shitting on your choice there, Medusa. I'm actually very interested. I'm actually very well. There's only 3 people on the wheel, so every time you increase your wedge, it's gonna go up by that much.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's big.
So now there's a 20% chance. You did another one. There's a 20% chance for Creep to hit, a 20% chance for Moonchild to hit, and a 60% chance for lucky number 11. Your increases go a much longer way when the choices are slim picking.
It's true. It's true.
All right, I'm gonna wait until it says 11:05, and then I'm gonna spin the wheel.
Still a chance. Quick, do a prediction so I can give Roka points.
Oh yeah.
I'll do a prediction as to whether or not Roka's movie gets picked.
It'll redeem after.
Yeah, after it.
All right. Oh well, there's an ad break right now, so we're actually gonna wait a minute and a half.
Ah, ads.
We'll wait.
Pomo, I really want you to lose Mastiff. Sorry. No,
By the way,
Mastiff's
this
gonna
entire
stick to
time
his
we've been
gun.
listening to the Excite Truck soundtrack.
Are you kidding
yeah,
me?
Excite Truck.
How exciting!
I tried to pick some sort of rock and roll type beat.
Hell yeah.
It works. And
then
Pomo didn't say sorry. He just said, "No, I hate you,
What
Mastiff."
an asshole.
He's an asshole.
He's an asshole. You arsehole.
Ads are for losers.
Arsehole.
Arsehole.
Sorry. Maybe you should
Wanker.
pay us money. Give us more money.
Well, Pomo's just flexing how many points he has to not spend on the wheel. I haven't seen this in a while.
It has been a while.
Look at my crotch just gyrating next to Freeman's feet.
Anything?
God damn.
It calls for it.
That's true. You can't really interrupt a lot of Pokemon, a turn-based game.
The Jared on the left with the free run is how most people watch free run.
Okay, fine. Yeah, just get them all out there. Why not? The souvenirs are still... Well, I suppose it'll... He doesn't even want to spend it. Oh, getting it off.
What's happening?
What is happening?
What's happening?
I'm glad Tuba still beats Senator when it makes the layers.
When you do a lot.
Oh, that actually overrides Senator too.
Yeah, it does. Piece of shit! When you do a lot of the redeems that mute my mic, eventually, like, they'll overlap each other and I'll be able to, like, talk. I'm sure I'll be able to, heard over the Senator or something because Whiplash unmuted me while the Senator was still playing. And blah, blah, blah. Now that all of those are done, we're going to spin the wheel. Over the gums, through the lips, look out stomach. Here we go.
Here we go. It's...
And wouldn't you fucking know it?
Hey, oh, Mastiff was ready to get wasted. Congratulations, Mastiff. Your points were well spent. Lucky number 11 wins.
You are the lucky number 11.
You've done it.
Let me grab it.
Congratulations.
A victory 8 weeks in the making.
He's been very patient.
And Roka is understandably upset.
Because Roka is off the map. He did not get a movie chosen for spring screening.
What a shame.
That is a bummer.
That is a bummer. He's
the only one who didn't get a movie.
I'm so sorry, Roka.
Well, maybe one of these kind lads would give you their slot. What do you say, fellas?
But that's the way the cookie crumbles. This is what happened during season one too.
Season one.
You got quite a few movies near the back half of season one, right? We had Fifth Element and Troll Hunter and Sunshine. I swear there was at least one more.
Almost
you had a few.
I guess you did have a more end game.
Yeah, almost wasn't picked up. Yeah, you and Andrew were sharing the curse for the longest time, and then you both got like a bunch of movies like back to back.
And we started hitting.
And Mastiff redeemed another wheel wedge
wheel's
increase.
Over. It doesn't. You've won.
He's flexing.
You've won already.
He's
Stop
just
it.
flexing.
Stop it, Mastiff. Stop.
He's just showing us how much money he has.
Perhaps next season, Roka. Perhaps we'll look into making this an annual thing. I'm not sure. I'm still deciding. I'm still having fun. I think it's nice to have like an end date on these.
End date is,
so there's like a limited number of movies.
An end date is nice.
Yeah. So
I think a season of this is cool.
A season of this is nice because then I feel like by the time we're wrapping up spring screening, we'll also be wrapping up our Nuzlocke challenge.
Nuzlocke?
Which is we're going to be entering a whole new era of streams because we basically started Nuzlocke exactly at the same time as spring screening. So it's going to be like a 12 weeks.
A clean slate.
A clean slate. God knows what we're going to be doing after that.
No clue.
I know a couple of things, but we will see what we'll be doing because it really does feel like we're in like an anime arc right now, you know?
We are in an arc right now. It's gonna be kind of sad when it all comes to a conclusion.
It is.
The tuning exams.
All right. You know what? It's been a while since we've gone this way. Let's go over to Jitspo. The free rate feet arc.
We're in the middle of the souls right now.
Approaching those tootsies. So, tomorrow we will be continuing our Pokemon Cabbage Green Nuzlocke Geyser Challenge. For anybody who isn't on the Discord to participate in the memes, you are sorely missing out. It is the most fun part about the Nuzlocke Challenge.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So fucking
to get the memes.
It's so
we do it for the memes for sure.
And the double battles.
Double battle.
So, that is what we will be continuing. I'm trying to remember where we last left off. We got our 5th badge, but we're in the middle of like surfing in a bunch right now. So, we're going up to Fortree.
We start surfing.
We're on our way up to Fortree for that 6th badge.
I think we still need to go to like the abandoned ship in between Slateport and
we've done the abandoned ship. What we need to do is we need to go to New Mauville first. Because we got the key for that. So we'll be doing that and then we'll go up to Fortree. But we have a banging team. And it's going to be extremely tragic if we lose any of them, which every week feels more and more likely now that these levels are getting up there.
Don't even say it.
Anywho, we are on our way to Jitspo's. Pray that Jerry joins us tomorrow. Who knows what that man gets up to, but I'll say it for tonight. Love you, miss you, mean it. Later, Cabbage Patch. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Adios.